Someday love will find you. There we go. He ever hurt you? True love won't desert you. Alright. That's up. Hello, welcome on in. Alright, that's all set. Good stuff. Hello, guy, how we doing? Jesus, hello. Welcome, Mad Wicked. Thank you to 14 months. Nice clean shave. Thing is, it's not even clean. This is now like 2 days old. It's actually stubble again. But yeah, I was clean shaven briefly. Memberget, thank you 69, and thank you J4L for the 37. Makes Skynet already halfway there. Thank you Aussie Lover, the 33 as well. How you doing? We're teaching the how to hate. Well, we've got lots to touch on there. We also have a musical playlist of any sort today. Hello, for anyone coming in, I should say it's nice and early. For any VOD watchers, I sure hope you haven't skipped like more than a minute ahead. Because you won't hear any music. You will have to replace your own music with just a playlist from YouTube. Because I'm going to be listening to a lot of copyrighted music today. So... Alright, this laughs, actually, it's on from laughs. In fact, what better fucking segue to start drawing on my whiteboard over here. Alright. I'll let Separate Ways play out. Let me just, pull open, there we go. Good stuff. Alright. Oxygen, thank you very much for the 44 months. Oh fuck, oh god, no. Thank you, Order of Death, for 45 as well. Actually, I just gotta make sure my stream elements is actually deployed. Hold on. Make sure it's working the whole time. Okay, cool, I didn't miss anyone. Alright. So, we're gonna keep throwing on new music as we go throughout. Are you gonna touch Zomblade Build 42? I do want to play it, yes, but it doesn't have multiplayer yet, which does make me sad, but I do want to play it. It looks fucking sick. However, I've been meaning to do the stream for many days, and my sleep schedule has continually ruined it, and I was gonna stream Ready or Not with Martin today, but he can't do that, so I'm doing this instead. So I'm gonna be building shit all day. Okay, that's sweet. Alright, let's stick on something to help us out. There, I guess this song would do. And I'm gonna start explaining my AI genius to you. We'll see. So, alright. There we go. Turn that on. A little bit louder. There we go. Perfect. Alright. So I like building AI. Okay? Now we start over here with, actually, you know what? No, we'll start like up here. I started with an R. It starts with a P. It's persist. Now, you're also going to discover that my handwriting is absolute dog shit. This is perhaps the first time I've written anything in maybe 4 years. God, I forgot how annoying whiteboards were when they leave these big marks everywhere. So persist is the one mod that isn't really an AI thing. But, because it's persistence, I can use it in all my other mods, like, for example... DAM, which stands for Dynamic AI Minefields. Doesn't just mean damn. Now that does actually work with persist. Love those little double arrows, they're great. The funk red sky in the sun, yeah, no, it's fucking great. I love funk, actually. I just really like funk music, so this one kind of goes incredibly hard. Tenzin, thank you for 35 months. ArmA I already hate. Why didn't they crash into you when you shoot down them helicopters? There's the fucking clip from Gunboat Diplomacy, which has made my favorite clip of that happening when the Bradley shoots the Hind down. It was either Hind or like a KA-52. Chef Shell, how you doing? Thank you for 3 months. Alright. So DAM is my AI minefields. That's where I made the AI learn how to plant mines. So that was step 1. That was my shaky beginnings. I'm trying to think, did I do anything else? I did do another AI thing. I think that was my first real proper AI mod. Adjutant never got released. Yeah, basic map says a DAO. No, that was Drongos. Trying to make sure I haven't missed any ones that I've done. What's up, Metroid? Doing pretty alright. Fun run, nope. Staging ground. Okay, right. So they're all unfinished, but the DAM rather, got released. Persist got released, and Laughs. Alright, so the next up, the big one, is Laughs. Now, if you don't know what Laughs does, Laughs is the mod that I spent a very long time on. There we go. And it makes the AI use big weapons. Anything that the AI couldn't use before, the AI now can use with Laughs. Laughs lets them fire artillery, use drones, which is just completely impossible beforehand. Lets them do airstrikes, lets them do tank QRF, lets them do all sorts of shit. Laughs is my big AI mod that I have been working on for a while. Light AI fire support. Now, I have wanted to combine DAM into Laughs and into some other mods, but there are some other mods that I have planned as well that I've been working on or working over time on. And honestly, a lot of them are just replacement for mods that already exist because I think I can do it better. I mean, honestly, that's what Laughs is. That Laughs is me saying I think I can do this better. And I think I did. I have a lot of respect for Drongo. A godly amount of it. He's a lovely mod maker and he helped me a lot. But I do think I at least beat him out on the performance side of things. Definitely not on the UI. My UI sucks. I'm not good at that. But he has good UI. So, anyway. So, after Laughs, we've got DAM, which is my minefields. Laughs is my fire support. I did make Adjutant, which should probably just go up here as like a... That's how you spell Adjutant, probably. So Adjutant AI was a thing. I probably should... Hold on. There we go. So true. Adjutant AI was an AI I made where it controlled HAL. So it was an AI above an AI. Hold on. Hold on. Let me turn this shit down. I'm not expecting anyone to hear me when I'm turned away. All right, like, that's not how microphones work. You're not going to hear me when I'm turned away. That's just not how microphones work. It's a directional microphone. But when I'm turned towards, there will be hopefully a good balance there. I'm checking the waveforms, and I'm clearly well above the music. So at least when I'm turned this way. Anyway, so Adjutant AI was built to work on top of HAL, which is NR6 HAL. That's the basically AI commander mod that I worked on for a good while. Now, unfortunately, I worked on it with a guy called NR6. He was the guy who made the NR6 HAL pack, and he did a great job for a lot of things. However, I had to, rework all of the variables in the entire mod. I rebuilt pretty much every script in that mod. I didn't rebuild it in the sense of like I remade the whole thing. I rebuilt all of the variables. So that took forever. And unfortunately, NR6 was already checked out of ArmA. He's long since gone. It was like pulling teeth to get him to update anything, get him to actually work on that, be like, hey man, I'm ready to, push features or whatever, but he's like, yeah, I'm not doing this. He rides motorbikes. He's off doing that. Man's enjoying his motorbikes, So, whilst Adjutant AI worked, it was a dead end. Because, ultimately, it was shackling myself to HAL, and HAL is broken. There's a lot of problems with HAL. For example, you can't enable Spec Ops. Spec Ops just breaks the entire mod. It just doesn't work. That's just one of the many. There's a lot of, like, side bugs and shit that you kind of have to adjust and work around with. But above all else, when we used it in Back Again, which is the reason why I'm making all of this, yes, Back Again, which I've never forgotten about, I'm still working on, was because, unfortunately, when we played Back Again, we realized, or at least I realized post-game, that of all the engagements we had in the entire fight, all of them were the placed AI that I'd already put there, garrisoning buildings and whatever. HAL did basically nothing the entire match. Part of that was performance. Part of that is down to how HAL behaves at times. So that led me into the AI that does not yet exist. Oh, I love that this thing keeps shitting out halfway through. Anyway. Woo! Alright. Another arrow. Love my fucking arrows. That leads us to Staging Ground AI, which is the first time I've actually kind of announced this. It's been something I've been working on for a while as well, but there are subsets to this that we have to get into. This one is not even remotely close to finished, not even remotely close to ready. It isn't even a fucking functional test mod yet. All right. So, Staging Ground AI, however, was my solution to the problem that I ran into every single Commander mod. And the problem I've run into every single Commander Grand AI mod ever in ArmA is that they all treat groups as if they are the maneuver element. And that is just not true. That is just not how anything should work in a war game. You never, ever, 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 ever send a squad on their own to capture a town. That's just not how anything fucking functions in any war game ever. At any level of scale, sending a single group to do anything is pointless. You aren't going to achieve anything, and most of these mods don't. Some of them do have some kind of time on target simulation. Alive has time on target, even Hal has time on target, where they'll try and arrive at the enemy location at the same time as other groups, but ultimately, these groups are separate elements who are all just being told, hey, you attack this location, you attack this location, you attack this location. So Staging Ground was the solution, but it requires something. Genuinely, I don't know how all my eyes look so fucked up on this. It requires platoon AI. The idea of Staging Ground is that the AI will not just get the order to go to a location. It will go to a staging ground, hence the name. There, platoon AI, which is the important part, will take over and form a reinforced platoon. So that when they go to attack a town, it's not one group attacking a town, it's 4 groups with vehicles, with support, with a helicopter, with a tank, with something. They will build a reinforced element and send it all at once, which is actually a reasonable threat and something the players can fight. And it's also much more interesting to fight than, oh, a single squad has shown up on the hill. Okay, shoot him. All right, done. 5 minutes later, another squad has shown up. You know, like that sort of stuff is very boring. And it's also just not realistic at all or really fun to play against. So, Staging Ground AI with Platoon AI, yet to exist, doesn't exist yet. That is all something I would like to aim for. The idea, of course, is that the Staging Ground AI can call in upon laughs if required, and at some point begin deploying minefields. And all of that can, of course, be persistent. Adjutant, I don't know, black-headed stepchild. Don't really need that, actually. Adjutant's just kind of there. Actually, I've worked a lot on Adjutant, which is really annoying. I got it working as well. Adjutant's a functional AI, but useless. So, anyway. But that is the kind of goal for where I want to go. So I've always been building up towards Staging Ground. And Staging Ground is still too far off. Staging Ground is a very big AI to attempt. It would effectively be putting myself at the strategy level of AI, where I'm going to have 2 sides, resources building, defense, like, you know, objectives, that kind of thing. You know, I need a situation where a full army can command on its own and not against another army. And so a lot of what I'm building are systems that I can then later use in Staging Ground, Platoon, other such AIs. I'll thank everyone in a sec once I'm done explaining. So for example, for laughs, a bunch of the fire systems I can just use in other mods. I can use the mine laying from Dam in other mods, which is all lovely and nice. So, what I'm actually working on right now is kind of a middle ground between these. So, Staging Ground, I'm not working on today. Platoon AI, I might be kind of semi-working on. If anything, I'm creating some of the functions that Platoon AI is going to use. But for now, honestly, I don't even have a name for this yet. It is just called Rimmy's Cadian Oddities right now, RCO, which was... Oh, that's a good song. Which is the name for the mod that I'm replacing, because the mod that used to be RCO is just kind of non-existent. So what this one is going to be, honestly not really sure yet. I might just call it like Rimmy's Mission Modules, but that's a bit rip-off of a Scofa. I might call it AI Mission Modules. Maybe that'll work. What? RAM? RAM works pretty well. I like that. Here we go. We go like this. RAM. I like that. Rimmy's AI Mission Modules. There we go. So that is what we're working on today. Oh, honey, you know, I do better than that. Is that a white? Okay, I always gotta make sure it's not a permanent one. Wow, that is the shittest red I could possibly pick up. Hold on. Somehow that's just as bad. Alright. Well, that's just purple. At this point... Hey, maybe it's not purple, maybe it's magenta. I don't know. What more reds have I got? I mean, this is just another... Honestly, what the fuck? Do I not have a single red? Well, this one's just open. Does it work? No. It's so dried out. Well, I think I genuinely... Oh, wait, one more. It's another fucking magenta. What is wrong with my collection of whiteboard markers? Alright, sure. Alright, so. RAM is what we're going to be working on today. RAM is Rimmy's AI mission modules, and I can already show off some of them because I've already got some of them working. But the idea here is that I wanted effectively a way to increase how alive a mission feels without actually having to increase the load on the mission. So, what we're going to do here, and is this working? Oh, excellent. All right. Let me just get rid of some of this fucking useless color. There we go. Oh god, the red is already staining the board. Amazing. By the way, I've been watching shitloads of Star Trek recently, and this song is, I really like the fucking Star Trek parody of this. Ticket to ride, oh, reckless abandon, oh, time on your side, into the future, the water is fine. Alright, that's fine. That is the worst arrow. You know what? Excellent. God, I need to properly clean this again. It's already getting shit stuck to it. Alright. So, RAM is going to be what we're working on today. It will have parts of Platoon AI in it, and already does in a sense. It's got the delivery elements and the spawning elements, and basically a lot of the stuff I'll be working on for RAM will end up being used in Staging Ground AI. One of those things is the bases, the deployment areas, the what I'm calling resource producers and security locations, and I'll get into why I'm being so generic in a moment. But those will end up being used from RAM into Staging Ground and Platoon. So basically everything I'm building over here is slowly being fed into this shit over here. That's the main goal. Now for RAM, just wondering how many letters I can write, because I have to write certain size, so, because as soon as I switch back to the other mode, everything is gonna get absolutely tiny. Hold on, what's this? No one's gonna see shit. Alright. Let's see. I think I got about... I think I can probably get like 2 things in. Alright. So. But you have so many favorite songs to play this? This is just literally like just top hits. Come on. It was actually mostly just me hitting YouTube music and then just seeing what would come up. Right. RAM. Let's see. Do I mark anything else down? The spawning. The insurgency. I think I probably ought to just explain that. If I only had a red to write in, it'd be so much easier to see, you know? Alright. Here we go. Let's fit. What's the word for it? Caching. That's what it is. That is how you spell caching. That feels... Am I going insane? That doesn't seem right. How did... No, that is how you spell cache. Okay. Cache. Wait, no. Hold on. I'm trying my best to make these as big as possible. I'm starting to realize that I'm going to have to draw on an angle for some of them. Alright. Excellent. I've already decided if I make the fucking video on RAM, I'm gonna make an A-Life joke. But basically, the idea here is that we're trying to cache the AI when we don't need them, keep performance as high as possible for as much impact in the AI as possible, and have A-Life. And by that I mean ArmA life, of course. The idea is that we'll have these functional locations. So if I was to swap over to here, you'll notice I already have the basis of the mod here. So here's a resource producer. These guys can call in reinforcements from test2 array. If I pop on over to here, we'll find that test array. Here we go. We've got some Humvees, we've got some off-roads. Those are simply just put into an array via this module. Over here, we have the security location. And if we were to start the game, come on, no. God, it's so hard for me. I can make out like half of the words on the whiteboard at this scale. That works, sure. I mean, at least had it as a funny background. All right. So, if we hit this, if we go check out a little resource location, you'll notice that no one's there. And this is something I've tested. If you disable AI and, disable their model as well in ArmA, you can store obscene amounts of AI at levels that just wouldn't be physically possible. And in fact, I can probably just show that off right now. Let me, how many Chinooks have I got? Alright. Here, let's... Oh, no, I just realized I've got the... Oh, no, I got the Eden editor bug. Let me close that and open up. Come on. Is that something how game modes and anti-Stasi do it? Kind of, but not really. Anti-Stasi, as far as I'm aware, spawns their AI in. It doesn't hide them at all. And also would not be a functional choice for someone who wants to build missions. You can't just build missions of that shit. It's a very clear setup system for anti-Stasi. Alright. So if I was to... There we go. Absolutely spam these out. And you might think that's a good couple of Chinooks, which I really need to make sure they don't crash into each other. That's not how many Chinooks I'm talking about. Let's talk about, like, this many. Like this many. Like, it's still not enough, actually. Let's talk about this many Chinooks. Is that going to hit the group limit? Oh, nope. Still can copy Chinooks. All right. So, if we were to grab our boy here. Come on, baby. Let's see. How much? What FPS are we gonna hit? Fear the Reaper. All right, excellent. Oh, one of them already exploded. Oh, a few of them did. All right, the frames are dog shit. That's perfect. Can I see actually? If I hit pause, it's gonna puts my frames back to 40. Lovely. But anyway. God. Unplayable. Alright. So the biggest thing is it takes ages to get in and out because of the server itself takes ages to recognize all these units. Alright. If I select all these boys, and I go attributes, and I go into their special states, and I hide their model, and I disable their simulation. Only 1,000 men and women every day. Now the loading will still take a while because the mission itself still has to set up a ridiculous number of Chinooks. But you'll notice, my frames are fine. Fact is, there's 1,000 Chinooks right there. I just can't see them. And that is the primary focus of how I'm building this mod. ZBE caching was a similar thing, where it turned all of the AI invisible when it wasn't relevant for you to see them. You'll notice there really is 1,000 Chinooks just hanging out here, but I'm not gonna be able to see them. I can enable its simulation, which is very funny because when you enable the simulation, the pilots pop back in, as do the rotor blades, but the chopper is still gone. But then I can also turn on the model as well, and there you go. Functional helicopter. And then I can do the same to vanish it. There we go. Goodbye, chopper. You need to vanish the guys on the inside as well. But that's all part of it. And so this is effectively how the system works. My frames are perfect. I am lovely and playable, despite the fact there is 1,000 Chinooks over my head. And that is basically what we're building this around. Now, not only that, but ArmA has the lucky, I think, guardian angel in the form of Deadman. And ArmA's latest version is actually doing a massive rework. They are adding, and I genuinely thought this would never happen, multi-threading for the AI and for the server, which is astounding. That was the reason why ArmA was so hard to work with, to make functional and, you know, make it not lag and everything, was because it was always single threading. So the fact is, we're approaching a pretty soon future where ArmA 3 is going to be infinitely more playable and enjoyable than Reforger. So that's kind of fucking nuts. Let me stop this over. Here's one. So my idea is primarily built around, I was like, okay, one problem I have with ArmA missions is we go to a place, and if it's not relevant to the mission, there's just nothing there. And to be fair, I used to advocate for that. I used to say, well, I mean, like, don't put anything there if there's no reason to put something there. You know, if there's not a point to place those objects, they're just going to add to lag. But if you can hide the objects until players drive to within, say, 1,000 meters, like this, then you can have those objects, keep them stored, appear them as required for the players, and then disappear them when the players drive off. And this system will do all of that automatically. So it's built for mission makers to set up little parts of their mission. So in this case, we've got a resource producer. Resource producer doesn't matter what resource. They're just referencing a resource. So you could have this be oil, cocaine, rubber, coal, tin, I don't fucking care, whatever. You could have it be whatever you want. But at least functional right now is the fact that the resource objective will have a simulation range, a visual range, and an alarm range. Now, the alarm range is how far away it will alert players. So actually, let's jump in. I'm gonna hit some Red Funk in the Sky again, because I'll be honest, that song is still just stuck in my head. Let's show you how this is gonna work in a normal battle scenario before we get into the deep coding lore. This track goes so fucking hard, honestly. All right. The ultimate goal at the end of this with the mission modules is to both have a more living world where the AI are doing things on their own, but also a more populated world without a heavy increase in performance. So, let's speed up time. So you notice, here's my boys, they're all rolling out into their cover. Now they exist because I am nearby. If I were to teleport myself over to here, they all stop existing. There we go. If I teleport back, wait for it, they pop back into existence and they resume what they were doing. All right? So, what are these guys doing? Okay, they've all popped up. Over here are the enemies. These guys are going to come attack our little town in a moment. And what's going to happen is when we take enough losses, this place will call in QRF from the southern location. Please ignore my other tests. We'll get to them later. This is the QRF location. And you'll notice as well, if we go back on the map, this is marking us as a resource producer right now. There we go, got a base marker. Down there is the security location. And, hold on. Let's pop over to here. So this in the bottom left here is the readout right now. That's how many units are left alive versus vehicles. Because it can also replenish vehicles, though I have not yet finished that code. Oh wow, we really fucked them up. Holy shit. Taking, what, 3 downed guys? For none on our side. Oh, the wonders of cover. I think guy understands how to use cover, but yeah, sure, that'll do. Alright, I'll make it nice and quick here. You die. You die. Couple of you, couple of you, couple of you, couple of you. There we go. Alright, so, after enough losses have been sustained, down here, we get our boys. Let you be. Oh no, we don't want fall. We got to get underground. Best track from GTA 5. No, we won't fall. So out here are our reinforcements. These are the QRF infantry. Now they're in vehicles, but these guys are actually an infantry QRF, as we'll see in a second. Vehicle QRF will exist. Well, they send vehicles, rather, to aid. But these guys are just getting a battle taxi to the area. Come on. Gotta love Kujari roads. Alright. This is 4 times speed as well. This is literally as fast as I can go. They're taking their sweet time to get here. Will that mean players can't use artillery to soften enemy location before approaching? Yes. However, there's a pretty easy solution there. It's called forward observers. They already exist and are already in use when you're utilizing artillery. People don't tend to blind fire artillery for various good reasons. There we go. So these guys dive out. They will then assume a search and destroy pattern onto the base. So away these guys go. They're going to start moving up. Here we go. Away from the vehicles. The drivers stay in the vehicles. And they, as soon as their time is up, which is about now. Now, please work. Have you actually... That is concerning. Well, oh no, there we go. They have worked. All right, thank God. All right. I was afraid they wouldn't. No, they were probably just waiting for those guys to get the fuck out of the way. But here we go. Here's our little QRF. They're going to move in and start to reinforce the location. These guys are fucking off to Great Big Yonder to go despawn. These guys will keep moving in. They're going to start engaging targets over there in a second. As soon as they start spotting... Oh, there you go. They just started spotting them. Here we go. So as you can see, these guys are shooting at these targets over here. Like this dude. And what they're going to do is once they get into this area, they'll search and destroy, which means they'll sweep the area. And once the search and destroy waypoint is complete, they will then just camp at the location and effectively join the garrison. But there's something extra on top of that. Now you notice, these guys are all assaulting in, doing their job, right? But if I were to teleport myself away, actually I'm going to have to teleport the enemies away too. Teleport myself away, they're still here. Now the enemies, if I quickly kill all of the enemies, you won't fall. Oh, come on. If I kill all of the enemies, you'll notice they disappear too, because they have been added to the garrison at this location. So when players or enemies are not nearby, they simply won't exist. This is the way that ZBE caching did it as well. This means the AI can fight each other, but then they disappear once they're done. Same thing, the players can show up, they'll appear, and they'll disappear once the players leave. The QRF will do the same. If I teleport myself back, wait a second, everyone will start to load back in, and everyone will start moving again. So, that is the general idea around what I'm building today, is, I mean, we're going for the name of RAM. I honestly kind of like that name, honestly. It fits pretty well with all my other shit. Damn, RAM, laughs, staging grounds. Staging ground's a bit different, but I think I'm gonna call staging ground like STG, GRD, AI, staging ground AI. I mean, come on. Fucking acronyms for days. And pointless acronyms even. A 6-letter acronym for a 2-word sentence. Why is it already... That's insane. I have a massive playlist and it's managed to play the same 2 songs 3 times. Alright. Let me play this. Wait, no, hold on. I'll do it from the playlist. Hold on. This one is called You Hit Marine, and it's a picture of Sergeant Johnson with a sick blunt. He's going, You hit Marine! Zerivian does really good playlists. Alright. Hold on. No fucking way! That's so cool. I can't. So we're doing Dale and Dawson this weekend. I think we just got Bed Banana in for it. That's gonna be fucking sick. I love that guy's videos. Holy shit. Alright. There we go. I'll have to put out a tweet for that later. Right. Let's turn this down slightly. There we go. Okay. So, that's all done. Let's take a moment to thank all the subs. Where are we? Order of Death, thank you for the 45 months. Thank you, Oxygen Gaming, for the 44. Thank you, Jonathan, for the... Why don't I use your full name? Thank you, Johnny Hot Sauce, for the 52 months. What you make today? I'm under the weather and falling into the SS14 rabbit hole. I've still not like gotten into SS14, honestly. I played more Unity and, what was the other one? There's another variant I played as well. But I've heard SS14 is finally getting, like, good. Properly good. Anyway, making RAM today, which we'll get into more in a moment. Tennyson, thank you for 35 months. ArmA 3 AI already hate whilst the crash into you. Oh, I read that one earlier. Shiel, thank you very much for the 3 months. Thank you, Soviet Fox, the 31 as well. NVQS2, thank you for 50 months. As a kid, I was forced to walk the plank. We couldn't afford a dog. I can see that one coming from the first sentence, mate. Taboo the Saint is in, thank you for 22 months as well. Okay, that is a fuck ton of... hold on. Nearly Sam Dance, all... Warpug Alt Bongo, my, It's Ots Wiggle, Fellas, Private Pop, 2, Hi Rimmy, Wave, Hi Whiskey Wave, but, Rimmy, okay, now there's more emotes, there we go. Rimmy, why not teach it to love instead? Because I don't know how to love. Thank you to Aaron Johnson for subscribing to my YouTube as well. Don't know why that's in this list. Jeffrey, thank you for the 45 months as well. Thank you for 45 months. Have a Merry Christmas. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. You too. Merry Christmas, mate. PML Batman, thank you for 15. Thank you, Penguin Sentinel, for the 40 months. And Johan of Bones, thank you for 21. Right. Okay. So, let's actually tell you what. I mean, I was going to do this on the whiteboard, but I just realized, like... God, is there... Do I do it? I think if I write this on the whiteboard, everything I write is going to have to be so big so that people can actually see it. That I just don't think it's going to be at all. I'm going to have to cram this all into the bottom if I want to write this here. I want to kind of go over the areas. You know what? I might do this with the notepad instead. Hi, welcome to the notepad. Is this going to... No. I don't know, that's a little bit too confusing. All right. Let's instead, I'm gonna make some room as best I can. Here we go. Here we go. This is. I'm gonna have to start on a masterpiece here. All right. This will work. Otherwise, it's pointless having this here the entire stream. All right. So. Good. Cut all that off. We've separated it. Now RAM, which we're going to have to make a little Ostotska. Hold on. Border security checkpoint. 1 second. You'll understand. This is so necessary. This is what I have to do before I code. I used to do this in school, actually. I used to draw out fights between people. In fact, I'm just going to do one in the top corner. I used to draw... Actually, God, that's exactly how I made them, wasn't it? Yeah, it was like this. I used to draw little combats like this. Whoa! Bye! Like this. I used to draw little guys, kind of similar to the Command series, where I'd draw out a little fight, and then I would see who would die in the next, like, 10 seconds, and then I would move it all onwards. And then I would draw another battle carrying on. I used to just play little RTS games. There's the Ostotska border checkpoint, by the way. Right, let's keep drawing. This thing is just awkwardly huge. Right. Okay. So, I think we stop here. Yeah. Security. Resource. Down here, insurgent. Smuggler. Oop. Fuck that one up. What track's next? You know what? I like this track, but I nearly just played Red Funk in the Sky again. That song's stuck in my head so hard right now. Alright. Give me some sleepwalking. Alright. Just realized how ridiculously big I'm writing Smuggler for its relatively small impact. Alright. Good. Okay. So. Alright. Good. Okay. Mm-hmm. Alright. This can get underway for a starter. Me, we're just sleepwalking. Alright. Here's what we're working on today. And now half of this already exists. So. Wow. Oh god. The light is not working. Hold on. There we go. Is that? Alright. The light's not too bad there. Alright, so. Most of this is already kind of under work, or it's planned out. I'll go into more detail with the Angola thing in a second, but I wanted to give a basic rundown of what RAM is going to be. So, what you're seeing in front of you is a resource producer. Doesn't matter what it really is. Resource producers are going to be the income source of the security forces. Now, the idea behind this system is it should be completely agnostic as the side agnostic. So, what that means is I should, once I'm finished, be able to have a side that shares an insurgency, a security, a resource production, a smuggler, and everything. Like, I should be able to have a side that can do both insurgency and security at the same time, whilst also being an insurgent for the other team's security and being a security for the other team's insurgents. So, the resource production is simply going to be a location. You decorate it as you desire. It produces the resource. One thing it will feature is resource convoys going from some sort of spawning location, traveling to a resource location. Now, I might have it come from security locations, but QRF already come from those. So I might come up with a new spawning location for resource producers. I don't know. I'll see how I want to handle that. But the idea is, resource producers will simply be running convoys. This gives something for the insurgents to attack, because the insurgents are the other part of this. The insurgents will be the guys launching attacks. They'll have sub-camps from their main camp, but those camps will then launch out missions and attacks onto various areas, primarily the resource locations, but also security locations. And these security locations are, as you saw earlier with the delivery of these which I just realized you can't even see. The delivery of these infantry. They are the spawn points for QRF for the resource locations. They'll also be the spawn points for QRF for other security locations, just not their own. So, the idea is, if a location, for example, a security one, a resource one, some sort of official government location takes losses, it will call in QRF to replace those losses. It'll also disappear when players aren't nearby, so it's not running down their resources by any means. I also just want a generic module as well that doesn't even call in QRF or anything. It just disappears the guys when you're not nearby. I'll probably just call it like generic garrison module or something like that. But that'll be there. So those are the two main modules that these modules already exist. They're already functional. Now, on from there comes the insurgents. They're, of course, going to attack these areas. That's what's going to trigger the various things. For example, actually, I didn't even get to show it. Hold on. Damn. Hold on. In fact, I'll refresh real quick so I can show this. But one of the things that I'm kind of looking at here as well is more of a living world type of armor, where the players have more information about what's going on based on the AI in the world telling them. And so one of those, if I can boot the game, come on. God. All right, let me swap over real quick. I'll show you this. All right. God, I really need to fucking... YouTube Shuffle sucks dick, I'll be honest. Alright. Let those guys get detected. Come on. Please work. Hello, Ember. Oh, come on. That should have been enough for a cycle, surely. Now it's a 10-second cycle. There we go. Alright. So players will be able to see this throughout the game, which means that they'll get alerts when various locations are under attack. This will also be done, I want to get like a security area that's just a spotting location. Something like a checkpoint or a watchtower or whatever. To get, again, the players having more of an idea of where AI just are without them directly having to see them themselves or have the mission maker tell them. You know, they could figure out, oh shit, you know, like this town's reporting that they're seeing AI and they're under attack right now. You know, you can kind of piece that together. And the ultimate goal, of course, will be, in one of these missions, would likely be to hunt down the insurgent camps and disable them. You'll notice there's another 2 locations up here. That's a resource producer, that's another security location. Again, the actual icons I'm using right now are all very placeholder. Oh, there we go. Enough people have died. Check this. Enough people have died that we have now summoned a new replacement Humvee. Here we go. Off these guys go. I love how they cock the gun. Pardon me. I love how they cock the guns left and right as they should when they're in a convoy. That shit does look awesome. Love that. Anyway, so that's there and functional as a way for the players to know what's going on without necessarily having to be directly involved themselves. Oh, not what I need. Back to pure webcam. Now the smuggler. The smuggler is something I already also have coded. I already have coded a system, and in fact I should probably just show. I don't know how well, actually no, it should just work if I just spawn a vehicle. Let's just, yeah, this random car, yeah. Here we go, let's see if this works. Drive that to there. Play there, alright. Reveal this. Does the AI still get artillery? Yeah, that's what LAS is for. That's what that's. I didn't make it for nothing. That is another thing, though, is to work in with LAS as well. I want the insurgent camps to have spotter camps that they deploy out for them to call in weapons and such. And I want the insurgents to have, like, mortar camps and such they can set up. Anyway. Hello. So this is something I've had working for a while now. I made this for Manhattan, actually, which is a mission I was making. Are you good? Bro? That's interesting. Bro drove about 5 feet and gave up. You wanna... No? Buddy? This is odd. What if I get rid of his passenger? Okay, I'll replace him with a normal... Is it just the car that's broken?
Awaiting orders.
Apparently so. I guess maybe that Sogburr, if I was... Maybe it was, I don't know, something in the update. Anyway. So here comes a civilian. Oh no, he's approaching. What? Okay, what? Why the fuck are they doing that? I'm not making you do that, am I? Why are you instead? What is happening? What is actually happening? This isn't part of the mod. This is just ArmA being fucking strange right now. Like these guys aren't even, these are just AI I have genuinely just spawned from Zeus. Why are they doing this? What possible system is compelling them to get out of their vehicles? See. They're going into combat mode for some reason. Is it because they're close to this? Hold on. If I wipe out that. They're all entering, like, hide from combat mode for some reason.
Standing by. Copy.
What is going on? You good now that I've deleted all of the enemies? No? What if I put you to careless, buddy? What then? Okay, I mean, now he's driving, I think. What a fucking strange situation. Alright, anyway. No, don't stop again. Okay, good. I can wave him down, like this, and he will actually hold his car. And I've scripted this so that you can walk up to these guys, you can search the vehicle, we find nothing that incriminates the occupants, we can allow to leave, or we could arrest the occupants, which we do. As you can see, we've now arrested the occupants. We can now do whatever the fuck we want with them. And were they actually criminals, there is a chance that they would resist our arrest and fight, or they would try and run the checkpoint, or they would even stop early the checkpoint and engage us the moment we tried to wave them down, kind of thing. So that is the idea behind the smugglers, in that the smugglers themselves don't really work yet, but this system where I can just wave someone down does work. I built this for a story mission. So this all functions. You know, I can have this working right now. No idea why the AI was doing that though. Very, very strange. Anyway, that's for smuggling. But that is the idea behind the smugglers. So the whole hope is that with the smugglers, if we hold on, we go over here. Let's swap back over to pure webcam. Well, I would if I could fucking alt tab. Thank you. Game? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, game. Can I have my mouse back now? No? Can I have my mouse back now? There we go. Alright. I don't know how this has picked blue fucking... Like, look, I love Don't Fear the Reaper. It has picked Blue Oyster Cult, I think, 4 times. There is like 30 songs in this playlist, my guy. How are you doing this still? Fuck it. What else are we throwing in? Give me some of this. I'll throw some other music on. Good. I'm trying to put something in there just to kind of like pad it out so I won't pick fucking Don't Fear the Reaper yet again. Alright. Sweet. Evening from Michigan Digi. I've been trying scenario making in C Power. Oh dear. Somehow attached the whole game to the scenario and adding it to the workshop. I don't even know that's fucking possible. Thank you, 100 bits. Digi, autocorrect code Remy to Digi. I was gonna say, I thought you just come from Digi stream. Alright. So, as I was saying, the idea is that there will be a currency amount of some kind. Now, whether or not I even make the game care about the currency or the mod care about the currency, I don't know. It could be something eventually used for staging ground. It could be that you require a certain amount of currency to send out QRF or missions. I could do that as well. So that way, by cutting down their resources, they run out of QRF potential. But the main idea is that smugglers will be a main income route for the insurgents. So by players interdicting the smugglers, they can cut the amount the insurgents are getting paid. The insurgents, in turn, are going to do missions to target the security, the resource convoys, setting up ambushes, attacking the actual locations themselves, that being the resource producers, the security locations. And in general, I'm trying to have a more living world here, where the AI is going to be doing stuff on their own, separate of the players, so that way you can then inject players into it and just have an already moving world the players can kind of interact with and get around on. And of course, there will be a bunch of options for these, because it is ultimately a mission-making module. Let me just go to this guy. If I pop over to here, some of the things I've already included, of which some are functional, some aren't. Things like objective active. Again, the tooltip is just wrong. The tooltip's just incorrect right now. So all this is like, allow QRF, that would allow QRF to come and reinforce the location. Allow recapture means that I would be able to take the location back once it's completely fallen and being captured by the enemy. Targeting would allow for the enemy to target the location. That means, you know, for an insurgent camp to target this resource producer as a viable thing to attack. This means that you can control what your insurgents are actually doing. Same thing here, allow resource convoys, whether or not resource convoys will travel to this location to pick up goods, whether the alarm is active or not, and then of course back to the top, whether it's on or not. And then the different ranges that the objective will become active, or at ranges at which it will set off alarms and such. But yes, those are all customizable things that you can adjust. And in general, I think I've got a pretty decent idea going on here with RAM. I want to refine it more, and I want to build. Actually, I do actually have this over here. The thing I want to build more than anything else is up here. A little kind of snapshot. I want to do a drug route, an oil site, you know, a base and everything. I kind of do like a nice little snapshot up here. Here we go. Make a bite-sized piece, as I said right there. And I want to kind of develop this area into being a little functional test area. The rest of this is already planned out. You'll see there's a whole mission I'm working on here. But I realized I was going to need a mod for a lot of this to work, and I realized I could kind of hit a lot of birds with a single stone. One might even call it a boulder by building this. So, we're going to work on that today. And I think first thing we'll do is go over the notepad. Now that we've gone over my schizo whiteboard, which I love, everything relevant's there. Is there anything I haven't written down? Let me just check the notepad. Resource delivery spawner, yeah. Action site, patrol point, potential. Okay, insurgency resupply. All right. Let's go over the different whys, like, or even better than that, not even necessarily the whys, but the hows. Let's see, swap over to coding. There we go. All right, so this is my little notepad of knowledge. This is where I store pretty much every idea I've had about Angola. Now, I've also called it Angola, and the mission's even called Angola, because I started working on this after I played the Angola game, and I was so pissed off by what a letdown it was that I was like, I could do better. And so I kind of am. Fun fact, the dev from that emailed me a bunch afterwards, and replied to my Steam review and everything, was like, I've changed a bunch of fixes, but I haven't tested it myself. He might have fixed everything, might still be broken. Either way, that's good. I'm glad that a dev did actually, you know, fix their game. It shouldn't have taken me pointing out that their fully released game was non-functional, but I hope it works now. You know, gotta look at the positive side of things. So, this is all my various notes. The first half are actual coding notes. The second half is mission notes. So we'll go through the coding notes first real quick, because most of this is relevant to what we're about to start doing. So this stuff at the top is just stuff I need to do. This is just stuff we'll be working on today. This is adding vehicle spawning, load and unloadability. Oh, actually, hold on. I do actually need to have that. Need to include that, but already got that. Don't even need to worry about that. So that one comes for later. All right, cool. I'm just checking because a lot of this is like genuine, like quick coding notes I've been taking the whole time while I've been working on this. Right. That's just coding notes as well. That's also notes. Okay, so I can go through and I can clean up a lot of those in a sec. This is probably the only part I need to really point out here. So the notes I was having an idea. Oh, I've already scrapped one thing actually. I originally had an idea that the vehicle and the vehicle QRF and the infantry QRF were going to be the same thing. But I have already scrapped that idea because I realized how much of a fucking pain in the ass it was to make. So I don't care. I'm just not doing it. It was one of those things that's like, that would be a slightly cool feature. And I realized it would take reams of code just to do an incredibly minor thing that most people are never going to notice. So I decided to say no and just take the easy route. So there we go. These are the different module ideas I had. The Insurgent options, minimum spawn, maximum missions, the Insurgent action site, which I think that was going to be an ambush thing, maybe? Maybe that's the same thing as ambush here. Insurgent camps, smuggler route. Now, the smugglers, of course, the way I want it to be is that I don't want everyone on a smuggler route to be a smuggler. I want it to also spawn civilians. That way that players stopping cars aren't always stopping smugglers. That way they can be like, oh shit, we're going to stop that car. Oh, it's a civvy, whatever. Kind of thing, and they gotta let it through, or they might search a car and not actually find that they're a smuggler. Resource delivery spawner, that one I will need. Resource producer, already done. Village, now that's something else I want to work on as well. I do want to work on including a, there's an old conversation mod called like IP Simple Conversations, and I had a system built in back again for villagers spotting enemies walking through their village. Same thing with the players getting spotted by sympathetic villagers to the VC. The villagers would report the players to the VC, and if they were friendly to the US, they would report the VC to the players. So I want a similar idea there. I also want insurgents to target those towns as well, so that way players have a kind of an incentive to protect towns and protect village heads from assassination and such. So all of those are things I want to add in. But I think, yeah, here we go. Use some of the ZBA caching for mobile groups. I haven't actually done this. I have so far not used mobile groups that are ZBA cached. The way ZBA caching did it was if you're the group leader or if you're the driver of a vehicle, you wouldn't get cached. And the way that actually worked really quite well. And honestly, I probably should use it if I'm ever going to end up making this, I don't know, maybe for the missions I might end up using it. But the idea was, as this undisabled AI, as a functional AI, runs forward, it has its entire squad teleported with it, slowly, so that way when the AI spots enemies, its squad spawns in behind it. And so in that way, ZBA caching was basically cutting down, let's say, a 10-man squad into a 1-man squad until it made contact, and then it became a 10-man squad, which is a perfectly reasonable way of running things. Same idea with vehicles, but that's something to keep an eye on. But let's talk about what the mission itself is, what I'm actually working on in the background here. Like, what is this? All right, what this is effectively Angola, but as an ArmA op. And I kind of want to build this like a rerunnable kind of thing. I don't know. That's why I've been working on the modules to make them a bit more, throw in a bit of variance every time we play. But the whole idea would be a player insurgency combined with coin operations, cross-border raids, insurgency resupply, that being the players resupplying their own insurgency, and logistics building jobs. This would be the kind of main core of the mission that I'm wanting to work on. For the Blue 4, it's just the South African Defense Forces and the Afghans. We've already got, as you can see here, I've already figured out the numbers and everything with the sides. But the whole idea is effectively built the same way as the Angolan game, where in the south, right there, will be player insurgents fighting against the enemy AI security state, whilst in the north, which I can't actually point to because it's above of the south, will be player coin ops against enemy insurgents. So that way it's an operation combining the two of them, and the players will also have to supply their insurgency on the far side with deniable resupply and such like that. That's kind of where I'm trying to build this towards. And that's also where the oil pumps came from, which of course turned into resource production, and oil convoys became resource convoys, which is also something I want to work on, checkpoint work, logistics build. Now, logistic builds is whatever, but maybe I could have it so once you build it, it enables a new resource producer at the location or a new security location. Fuel stations, similar idea, security locations in the south. Weapon deliveries, that's just player to player. And enemy auto attack, which I just realized you can't even see the bottom of this. Hold on, let me compress this down a bit. There we go. Weapon deliveries and enemy auto. Oh wait, you really can't see the bottom of this. Hold on. Let me adjust that. It genuinely. Why does it keep playing Don't Fear the Reaper? I'm losing my mind. Is there one song in this playlist? Oh my god. Fuck it. Put on Shigora Zoom instead. Jesus. Anyway. God, my fucking messy hair. Alright, there we go. Sweet. So that's the general idea of the operation I'm trying to build, is this Angolan split operation, where on one side, player insurgents, on the other, player security forces, and they fight over this, as you can see, the black dots of the borderline. There we go. God, make me think of Tame Impala now. And obviously, you know, players fight on the other side of things. So, let's... We don't want to get started. I mean, let's... Hold on, I got a message from... Never mind, okay, that was fucking stupid what Kanku just sent me. Fucking love Young Scrolls. God. Alright. I think let's get started by sorting out my little notepad, actually. This would probably help. So, if I put my to-do list at the top, at least then I can focus on that. Vehicle spawning, need to do that. Haven't fixed that yet. Cooldown for QRF, need to do that. Haven't got that yet. An option for the base to be active. Okay, if recapture is also allowed, then allowed to be taken over. Probably should put a failure. Actually, I already have that, don't I? Failure state for objective disabled. But actually, yeah, no, I already have that. So disregard that. Syncing reinforcements. Check if trigger is currently off. Now that I haven't done yet. Let's see. Variable to make them even spawn. Yep, that's fine, but that's for later, for when I start working on insurgents. Okay. I'm just gonna, you know what, I'm gonna put my notes at the bottom. This is shit that I need to know later, but right now is not important. Notes. Okay, missions cancel later. Cleanup unit may approach and then leave. I don't recall this song from Young Scrolls. Give me any other track. Actually, you know what? I know a good one. I did just say it. Here we go. Hit me with that. Okay. Ambush completes objective. Cool. Security system is also faced with raid attacks. Option can spawn. Okay, yep, already done that. Alarm system, that's already functional. Locations are also only 25%. I think it's actually 10%, but anyway. That's fine. We've already got that functional as well. Security locations can send out counterattacks to under-attack locations. Now that we don't have yet. Total mission counter. Yep, definitely need that. An optional delay waiting at mission start. Now, why would I do that? I remember why I did that. So that's for if you're doing a pre-game setup and you don't want the AI doing shit before you get underway. But do I want it? It's optional. Wouldn't be hard to make either. If I just did it from like only optional for missions. Yeah. Missions. Optional mission delay. No! Fuck. We good? Alright, we're good. Readjust my fucking... Oh, wait. I don't even see the reflection that's going off on the camera. Can't read shit. Hold on. Like that. Like that. There we go. That should do. Does that work? Oh, God, no. It's literally right in the reflective line. There we go. That's better. All right. So, optional mission marker. Action site can mean AA setup, camp for patrols, spotter OP, mortar pits. Yep. Still want to keep that for now. Include a sleep system when reappearing the units. We already have that. Adjust on the server, use global command. Yes. Current track is Borderline by Tame Impala. It's fine. We used to do this all the time in college. Alright. Stick that on. Good. Alright. All systems have an increasing variable currency that might be used out of the mod. That's fine by me. Leaving vehicles visible but disabled. Yep. All location modules need to be targetable or not. We've already even got that as well. Now, module resource producer. Let's just mark off the ones I've actually already made. Sweet. Security location. Honestly, maybe I don't even need watchtowers in their own. You could just customize them out of security locations. Yeah, those already work. That's beautiful, the generic idea. So, by using a generic security location, if we look up here. Never mind. What is that? Why is it like that? Here we go, like this. Here we go. If I was to say disable mission spawning and disable spawning, which is the, that basically lets QRF spawn at that location. If I was to disable both of those, hell, I could even get rid of QRF as well. And recapture, and targeting. This would just be a watchtower with an alarm, and nothing else. Like, it would vanish itself as required, and would generally just be a watchtower. So, that's the beauty of making these all very generic, is that you can customize them. So it's like, okay, this oil base won't be allowed to be targeted by the enemies, but it won't be allowed to be recaptured if it's lost. Or it will be able to be recaptured, but it has no QRF. So it can, once it dies, it gets recaptured, but it won't get like QRF if it's only half strength or some shit like that, you know? A lot of generic modules means that I can kind of customize them as required. Acting on your best behavior. Right. Now, let's switch over to coding. Now, everything else down here is just mission notes, so I'm pretty sure we can just get underway with coding. So, only an hour into the coding stream, we can start coding. God. Ugh. Trying to fucking ruin my hair too much. Alright. Let's move this over to here. Most of freedom and of pleasure, nothing ever lasts forever. Alrighty, can I... Is there a better way I can maneuver? Won't find you. I'd swear that window wasn't there last time I tuned in. Nope, those windows have always been there. It just, sometimes you can't see it because I do this. But I can assure you, the window has always existed in my house. It's been there since I moved in. Alright. I was just wondering, could I move the code somehow to, like, save more of my screen? That might work. Although, honestly, I would rather it be on the other side. Let's try it like this. Alright. Cool. Have you heard about Trench Crusade? Yep, I have. I don't care about it. Just a completely uninteresting setting to me. All right. What do you want, Jim? Ugh, he's sending me some shit. Anyway, all right. Okay. So, where's my cutoff? About halfway down. Okay, I think I can work with this. Actually, you know what? Let me just... If I reduce how much room is at the top... That works. There we go. I'm gonna reduce that, but widen it a bit. Hold on. And then like that. All right, excellent. That is a decent amount of code without taking up the entire fucking screen. I like that. I like that a bit better than my old setup. All right. So welcome to code. Here is the resource producer code. And I think the first thing we're going to do is simply get vehicles working. So cooldown for QRF, vehicle spawning. All right. And what we're going to have as well is the sinking reinforcements disappearing option. So, let's see. Want to grab... Okay, there's at least not the same song. Move this down to, I think, spawn group, probably. Oh. Alright. Get modules, group spawn. Alright, here we go. So this is how we spawn the player, sorry, the QRF groups that come in. And what I want to try and add is... How could you let us down? Right here. So here's what we're going to do, is we're going to put these in. Hold on. Like so. All right. Now, I need to know... Select... Oh, God. Hold on. We're looking for trigger 3. No, trigger 2. No, trigger 1, actually, I think. Hold on. Let's make sure. So trigger 1 detects enemies or players and enables and disables simulation. Right. Okay. So trigger 1 is going to be resource producer selected 6 selects 0. Okay. So grab this. Private trigger activated equals... Is that all working? Cool, it's all in there. Sweet. All right. So this selects resource producer selected. Good. It selects number 6. It selects 0. We are then going to see if trigger activated. And if that's the case... Black and white. Then we're going to want to go this list, which would select all of the units in the group for the waypoint. So enable simulation false, hide object true, crew underscore X. Yep, that's fine. Vehicle crew. Okay. So that should work as well now, so that when QRF arrives at a location that already has a building that has been disabled because players have moved away from it, the QRF will instantly disappear and no longer start consuming frames. That is good. I'm sorry to hear that, camper. I hope your croissant cat gets better soon. I'm sorry, buddy. All right. That is a good start. How actually, hold on, I've just realized this entire time Invisible has been in the playlist, I think. Has it? Wait, Invisible hasn't been in the playlist. No wonder it hasn't been playing. One moment. Let me... Okay, there's a really annoying problem on YouTube. Sorry, I'm having to like fucking change something up. For some reason, when you right-click a playlist on YouTube, unlike a normal video, you can't open it to a new tab. It just opens up the fucking image, which is annoying to say the least. Here we go. I'll throw some more music in. This will make it even less likely that we have to listen to Don't Fear the Reaper again. There we go. What is QRF? Quick Reaction Force. Basically just means when you send reinforcements. Alright. Come on. Alright, sweet. Playlist has been redone. Let's see if we can... Hopefully. No. No, shuffle. Good. Alright. Is shuffle on? Why is that? Right, YouTube's got a fucking UI from 2011 where each button press has to wait for the last UI thing to disappear. Okay, shuffle is on. And is loop on. Come on, YouTube. That one doesn't even have a pop-up. No wonder I couldn't see the pop-up. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright, so vehicle spawning. So we have added the sinking reinforcements. Test, XX. There we go. That's done. Honestly, that was really quite easy. It's kind of annoying how so much of coding is being... Who pinged me? Hold on. That should have been muted. Sam, I think, went live. Alright. But no, so much of coding is like analysis paralysis, and then you write it, and you're like, oh, that took like 5 seconds. But you do need to spend like the 15 minutes figuring out how you want to write something. Which, in my opinion, is the fun part of coding. The fun part of coding is the, how am I actually going to do this? My name is a memory gone, are you feeling numb? So that's all working. Let's see. Vehicle spawning. So let's start with that. My name. So it's 10 seconds between each spawn. Spawn list, select 0. Let's reduce that to nothing. There we go. Good. So all the way up to here. Now this is the infantry spawn. Dreamers wish away. Alright. So what we're going to do now is we're going to basically rebuild the top half. I originally had the vehicle spawn I started with, but I'm going to go back over it now and use the improved infantry spawn that I built as the basis for it. Hello, Cankry. No fault. No blame. There's a memory gone, are you feeling numb? Alright. So, let's go back from the start. We're gonna have to go vehicle group. No such thing as a taxi group, so get rid of that. Invisible. Alright. Which Cankry is it, though? It's the Cankry. Come on. Is the AI sufficiently discriminatory yet? Not yet. We haven't teach him to discriminate off of hair color yet. Do you like any Duran Duran music or just this? Buddy, hold on. I'll put this back on in just a second, but like... This is one of the most famous songs of all time. Which, by the way, the fact that these guys did Invisible and Hungry Like the Wolf, just insane. Just mental. It's mental that this Hungry Like the Wolf came out, was it 1982? And what, was Invisible like... Was it like 2022 or 2020? Hold on, what was it? 2021 was Invisible. Which doesn't feel like it came out in 2021. Woke up for 3-week coma. How is Bashir al-Assad doing? I don't know how to tell you this. I'm hungry like the wolf. Alright. Not in rhyme. I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Alright. Vehicle spawn, let's see. Double the Cankry, double the charisma. Cankry ain't got charisma. She ain't got shit. Alright. Let's see. Infantry group. We need to remove that. So we can completely get rid. So I'm. There we go. Of all of that. Oh wait, hold on. Need to move up this. I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Lost and I'm found, and I'm... What's up, Kanky? What's the matter? Out of the line, Discord and rhyme. Kankry, I've seen your Riz, alright? It's not amazing. I don't think anyone's officially in charge right now. That's wrong. There's a Prime Minister of Syria right now. It's not even Jelani. Jelani's head of the HTS right now, but there is genuinely a Prime Minister of Syria who's in charge right now. They've appointed one. It was the guy who used to be Prime Minister of Idlib, which was the best part of the country for the longest time. Alright. Hungry like the wolf. Hungry like the wolf. Okay. I can probably swap around that line here to save on efficiency. Yes, I can. They're parliamentary? They love institutions, buddy. I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Lost and found, and I'm hungry like the wolf. Alright. Vehicle spawn, spawn location, already got that, that's fine. Spawn to vehicles, yep, recording that. Vehicle to mount, cool. Vehicle group. Vehicle index. Set unit length road out, cool. No need for anyone to join the taxi group, so we can completely scrap that. Into the sound, I'm lost and I'm found, and I'm hungry like the wolf. No need for the taxi group. No need for the group to switch either, so we can get rid of all of this. Assign as commander, assign as driver. Sweet, that's all good. Invisible. Actually, hold on. I just realized something I haven't checked. Turret gunner. Is that ever called anywhere? No. I don't see turret gunner getting called. Let me see. In the get out section, maybe? Yeah, no. Maybe I don't need the turret gunner section. I'm gonna put that onto uselessness and I'll cut it out of here. My name. I love this track so much. I honestly, if it weren't for you guys, I would actually just loop this song over and over and over again. What do you mean about the Russian general being assassinated? It was clearly Ukraine that did it. It was not an internal hit. It was very obviously Ukraine, because they announced 24 hours before, they said, we've fucking indicted this guy for war crimes, and then they blew him up. I think it's pretty fucking straightforwards. And also, I think it was a good choice. I think anyone who's bitching and moaning about it is people who are bitching and moaning anyway. Like, yeah, I mean, like, Ukraine, I'm pretty sure admitted to doing it. Like, I don't think there's much of a debate here. Also, just to be entirely clear, anyone who's like, oh, this is a bad idea, or they did something terrible, whatever, it's like, that's just someone who's just anti-Ukraine anyway, right? Like, to be entirely clear, they said they caught a Uzbek citizen recruited by Ukraine, which, I mean, to be clear, Russia caught the terrorists that shot up Crocus. They didn't. They just grabbed some fucking random and cut their ear off. But, I mean, hey, that's Russia. Hey, I mean, hey, if you're a real conspiracy theorist, you don't even think Luigi shot that CEO. But But yeah, no, like the same people who like bitching about it are just the same people who would complain regardless. Like there's no one who is like, there is no one who is genuinely sitting there like, yes, I am a logical person who considers war and escalation and, you know, legal, you know, international laws and such, and is like, yes, I have a problem with a general being assassinated involved in a war that he is fighting. Like, that's just called a military target. They get blown up all the time. But anyway. Yeah, no, so what I was going to say is I was listening to this track, and I honestly would just play this on repeat. I have, like, a certain moment where I'm code stuck. I would just start repeating the most high-energy music I can. But this does a pretty good job of making me want to build a desert map. I don't know. I love this track so much. Anyway. Right. What's the song now? Alright, great track. We'll take it. Okay. So. Actually, you know what? Fuck, hang on. It hit me. This is a song many of you guys maybe not know. I've actually met the lead singer of this band a few times. Here we go. This will be the one. I used to have this song specifically recorded on my VCR, we used to call them like TV boxes. It was a box that you had beneath your TV that would record the TV for you, at least like a certain number of channels and such. But TiVo, it wasn't TiVo. DVR, it was a DVR box, that's what it was, yeah. But this is Axis of Awesome, the 4-chord song. And you'll understand why I thought of Don't Stop Believing. No. I gotta wash this t-shirt now. I managed to stab myself. Where did my cap go? Where the fuck? The cap has vanished. Una momento. Where the fuck did that go? How in the fuck did I manage to completely... That's just a genuine... Oh, I found it. There we go. It was on the computer. Alright. I am actually going to go throw this in the wash real quick, just so I don't lose my Charlie moist branded white shirt to a single black dot. But back in a sec. I'll let you enjoy the music. I am going to replay it when I come back, because I want to listen to it too. Wow. I'm back. Alright. Is my heart too broke? I love this. Mother Mary comes to me. Alright. Vehicle group. How are we doing now? Group to switch. We can get rid of that. Yeah. No woman, no crown, but it surely is a dream. I come from a land down under. Skeletal Wood Guys vibe. I mean, that fits. Very much fits. When I come around. Alright, let's vehicle group. Sort my white version of the white shirt. I have a lot of white shirts. It's because I had way too many black shirts, so now I'm having to overcompensate by getting a fuck ton of white shirts instead. I was getting annoyed at everything being black on black on black in my wardrobe. I think she would understand. No self-esteem. Alright. So I can get rid of that. Okay. So, actually, I really need to... So I can probably do this. Oh, that helps. Okay. There we go. You know, you could wash them together and just wear grey. I mean, actually, crazy part, someone pointed out as well. That almost never happens anymore. I have never, ever... Honestly, since I was a kid, I have never had a situation where I've washed colored clothes with white clothes and have, like, ruined clothes come out. I don't know whether it was the clothes changed what dye they used, or whether it's washing machines closed what liquid we used, or whatever, like, something, but it's just not a thing that happens anymore. I have one piece of clothing that does genuinely leach ink out, and hilariously enough, it's a piece of designer clothing. It's jeans. Like, I'm shocked that those jeans, the ink sucks in them. They look beautiful. They're still my favorite pair, but they were like $600. And they fucking bleach, they leach out into the water. But yeah, just not like a relevant thing for most clothes these days. And even then, when that one like leaks ink out, it doesn't really stain the other clothes. It more just weakens itself. That's how jeans always are. Jeans get whiter all the time. Well, these are black jeans, so no. Gets bluer, actually. Good track. Anyway, back to Don't Stop Believing. All right. So vehicle group. Else. Done, girl. Living in a lonely world. Get rid of all of this. Okay, so I think thankfully the vehicle spawning is way simplified over the infantry spawning. I think we're almost already done with it. So vehicle spawning, group, good. Makes the unit. Selects their slot, good. Makes them leader if they are the vehicle. Adds the vehicle to the group. Looks good. Now, I'm not going to have a dismount position, but I am going to have an approach position. Singer in a smoky room. The smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Tuzra, thank you for giving a sub to Wembley TTV, Wolfie Holy Zerter, Captain Stump, Stalwart Aegis, and Major Stuffins. Thank you, mate. Make sure I didn't miss anyone while I was gone. Nope, we're good. All right. Okay. All right. So, approach position, nearest road, assuming there's nothing. Approach position is nearest road. Okay, that's fine. Let's grab vehicle group, set formation file taxi, set formation file, we'll say safe. Okay. Now it's the waypoints. This is where things actually matter. So, we're going to put a... Actually, I think maybe we just start with this. Yeah, scrap that. That's not needed. That's not needed either. That's not needed either. It probably will sound whack to Overwatches, you're right, but I don't care. I love listening to music. Well, I think the version sung by Toad? Hold on, what? Let me see. Haven't heard this, but we will listen to one of my favorite songs after this. Hold on, let's hear the Toad real quick. I've never heard this. Hold on. This is made 6 years ago as well. That's way funnier than I thought it was gonna be! See, in this year, this would be AI generated, but this is some guy giving his whole heart. South Detroit! She took the midnight train going anywhere! There's another one just called Toadhemium Rhapsody. Holy fuck! And see! I just love. He's not even good at the Toad voice. Oh, that's fucking funny. All right. I can't actually listen to this, but there is something I can listen to. Because this song is hands down amazing. And even with this, I think the singer is amazing, honestly. Here we go. The end is near, and so I face the final curtain. It's B1 Battle Droid singing My Way. I love this. I love this song as well. Of which I'm certain. It's the B1, yeah. Alright. A life that's full. I have traveled each and every highway. More, much more than this. I did it my way. I love the way he fucking says that. He has a great cover of the song in the voice of Von Karma. Wasn't his voice of Von Karma very silly though? But so fair. God. Nah, B1's got the best voice. I think the Commandos have a good voice compared to the B1s. Without exemption. Alright. Infantry group, need to change that to vehicle. Along the byway. More. Much more than this. I did it my way. Think this is all still correct. Let's get rid of that. I did it up and spit it out. Task camp is a good question. Do I even want a vehicle to do task camp? I don't even know if task camp will work with a vehicle. Losing. Wait. Good. Alright, let's see what you do. I might need to pick a different lambs one. Maybe not even giving him a waypoint. Maybe just leave them be when they finish their search and destroy. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. Alright. What do you do if you're told to camp? He enters sentry and then search and destroy. Might not be terrible, actually. It's kind of perfect, if anything. Give me a bunch of them. Let's see what they do. Oh. There we go. Yes, was my way. Hold on, I've just seen Toad Sinatra. No AI, no practice, single take. I've got to hear it. All right. What are you guys doing? I'm sorry, it lacks soul. I'm sorry. Soulless. Let's see. Hold. Yeah, no more of that. Not keen. Alright. Maybe I do just take out. Yeah, for now I'm going to take away the build a camp thing. So, fuck it. No camp for you. Right. Line. That's... Yeah, you can go to line formation. Normal speed, combat, search and destroy. Happy with all of that. Far away. It's over. Okay. Combat normal. Cool. Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't even change it to vehicle group. That'll be needed. I just want to use your love tonight. I don't want to lose your love tonight. Let's move the group empty up to here. This sounds like Ed from Ed, Ed and Eddie. I mean, it's not that. Hold on. I've never even watched Ed, Ed and Eddie, but there is a version of this song. Hold on. Here you go. This one. This is a very old, actually very old. It's only 3 years old. Actually very old. Look at this. I think, is this the one? I feel like there was a fully colored version of him, actually. Hold on. I could have sworn there was a fully colored version. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Wait, they get colored halfway? Oh, no, they get colored halfway through. Right. But, yeah. Is this it? Wait. Oh, this isn't even the original. What is the actual original? I think it's this one? No, wait, no, that's still not the original. The original was just a TikTok. Oh god, that's horrendous. Alright, let me look at Twitter real quick. I'm gonna take off screens so Twitter doesn't just fucking fly. That account doesn't exist anymore. Incredible. Alright, let me look at TikTok. Please don't. Okay, that video doesn't exist anymore either. Oh my god, the original's just gone. Wow, okay. Alright, but yeah, this is the synced up lip flaps version. My OCD, hold on, wait, what does he say? My OCD isn't strong enough to make a decent transition for this part suffer. I like that. Get what I told ya. But I like this. This is really good. Alright. No more of that. Back to coding. Alright. Vehicle group. Looks good. Vehicle group approach waypoint. Yes, yes, yes. Now this. What I told ya. We can get rid of this whole pit here. Saying that as long as the leader of vehicle group is not in your vehicle. So it's false and true. Yep, cool. And if your role is driver, then I want you to follow the leader of vehicle group. Okay, cool. That works. Tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. I don't wanna use your love tonight. Like 8, we'll say. Alright. I think at this point, that's good to test. Let me put, hold on. Good to test. What's Let's throw in a quick check for the QRF. Hold on, here we go. Okay, QRF underway. What's the plot of mission you're planning? I'm not building a mission, I'm making a mod. So, hold on. Let's see. So, put all that here. Else. Jesus Christ, no co-pilot. I don't need any of that shit. QRF underway. Let's see. Now, we want to go... Tonight. So, if QRF is already underway... Maybe... No, because we don't want to check if the base dies, so we can scratch that. Here, instead. Oh my god. Ah, you know, I like this song enough, I'll let it play out. What's the mods object? Reference the whiteboard. The mods object is RAM. It's AI mission modules, so I'm trying to build bases that will automatically reinforce and disappear when the players move away from them. Right. So, if QRF are underway, then... There we go. Run that down to here. Okay, sweet. Someone's having a gunfight in my left ear. Okay, so select all of this. Hit tab on that. Cool. Alright. Now this, actually, I need to remove outside of it. Actually, never mind. I can remove this entire thing from the inside here. Okay. Most of freedom and of pleasure. Okay, reduce that to there. take objective active and replace resource-based status with objective active. Subjective active. What the fuck? Did I accidentally copy that back? I think I might have done. Alright, cool. What are you shouting about? Be quiet, I'm coding. Okay. Resource-based status. I think that's the last one. Alright, cool. Subjective is active. Objective is active. Let's check here. For one of these. Objective active is select 2, select 2, select 0. Okay. Select 2, select 0. Okay, we're going to replace that with objective active. There we go. Pair it with a lack of vision. Okay. That's all fine. So if QRF underway, so we can get rid of this check as well, because we already know that QRF isn't underway. Objective active. Okay, so now the only other thing I'm going to need here is, let's go private underscore QRF timer equals 0. So QRF underway. When QRF underway hits, we're going to go underscore QRF timer equals time. Ah, wait, no, hold on. Fuck, I had something for this. Hold on. I literally wrote a laughs function for this, didn't I? Scripts, common. Did I not write a script for this? Let me check time. No, okay, I didn't need a script for that. I just wrote it like that. Okay. So, scroll down to where we select our wayward son. Here we go. Here we go. Alright. So QRF timer. Select that. And so as you can see down here, it'll use server time or current time. Doesn't really matter which. Well, I mean, it does matter for when it picks them, but it doesn't matter which way once we're calculating it. So assuming that QRF underway is activated, in that case, what we're going to do is we're going to go... let's say... Actually, I'm going to need another one of these. So... private underscore current time equals 0. Current time gets set. We then go QRF timer minus current time. No, hold on. Stick those guys in some brackets. So we're going to go if how much we want? Say 20 minutes between QRFs? Yeah. As you can see, I still was a blind man. 20 times 60 results in 1,200. Okay. 1,200. So if 1,200 is smaller than... Wait, no. Current time minus QRF time. Did that the wrong way around. So if 1,200 is smaller than current time minus QRF time, then QRF underway false. And it loops back to the top. Good. Ah, that is a note for myself. Add a manual cycle timer for QRF. But for now, it's 10 seconds. Okay. Oh, no. change back to 1200, which I will do. But for the start, we're going to put it down to 30 seconds. Okay. I'm gonna hear the voices say, carry on my wayward son. Love is when you are done. Alright. I think that's all done. Spawning done. Test XX. QRF done. I mean, that is 3 of the 5 things already finished. I mean, I say 5 because I just added 1. It was 4 to begin with. Base active at the start or not. I already have that as well. If recapture is allowed, then allowed to be taken over. I mean, that already fucking works, so... let's stick that down here instead. Okay. So the only thing I haven't added is a manual cycle timer, which I think I'll add quickly. Let's see. Alright. Let's see. Resource, security. Alright, take these. This is what a module looks like on the inside. Here we go. Okay. Where do I put it? Down here, I think. Carry on my wayward son. QRF check timer. There we go. Don't you cry no more. Do do. Do 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 do. All right. So QRF check will be every 2 minutes to start with. And I'll add the same thing into the resource producer. There we go. Okay, then we go up to the top of resource producer. Stick this here. I'm going to say QRF cycle timer. You know what? I called it check timer. I'm going to call it check timer here too. QRF check timer. Cool. Alright. So now that works as well. Alright, now comes the most fun part. We get to test whether all this code I just typed in actually works. So, let's see. I might need to rebuild a module. We'll see. Oh, good song, actually. I'm going to, in fact, pause this, because I like the song so much. Actually, you know what? Fuck. Alright, I'm going to play this song while I go to the toilet real quick before we do a test. So, I'll get back, and we'll do a full test. Make sure this is all working. Okay. In fact, I can probably start my test just by jumping in here. Franz Ferdinand's been silenced. Franz Ferdinand we put back on. I just got to go to the loo, so... I didn't want to miss Franz Ferdinand. Because I fucking love their music. Here's only whispers of some quiet conversations. Let me see. I can probably, current goal. Hold on. Get back from toilet. Smiley. There we go. Alright. Oh, interesting. QRF timer module. What? Undefined variable. Why is that? I know why that is. I think... No, don't... I want to restart. Come on. Come on. I didn't fucking mean to press restart. My bad. Please, please, video. Video game, don't do this to me. Alright. Return to Eden Editor. Gonna take some time to do the things we never had. Right, I am gonna have to recompile the mod. When you make modules. Whilst everything else I can live code, so all the code I swap out is live changing, modules do have to be recompiled. So that thankfully takes about 5 seconds, and I've actually changed my ArmA so it boots straight into the editor. I have gotten really kind of fucked. My ArmA when I mod is so fucked. I have done so many wacky things to edit them. But let's really quickly just compile that new one. You're what's deep inside, frightened of this thing that I've become. All right. ArmA is now rebooting. I'm going to go to Lou, and we'll be back in just a second. Here we go. Oh, nearly knocked over the fucking whiteboard again. Alrighty. Hello. Oh. I think we can take some Jamiroquai. We're good. Alright. Oh, fuck. The fucking thing. Hold on. Come on. Oh. No. Fuck, I have to rotate the entire chair, damn it. That works. Alright. Okay. Let's test. So. Correct check timer. Nice. Okay. Let's drop that down to 30. Virtual insanity. Oh, we good? Careful now. Alright. But a few useless twisting. Okay, cure off timers. Actually, we need a vehicle array as well to test this out, which I've actually not tried yet. So, time to test a vehicle array. So, we'll call this test 3. Alright. I'm going to put down the option of either summoning a Ruacat or a Badger platoon. And by platoon, I mean 2 guys, but you know. Okay. So vehicles added. Over here, we're going to go test 3 for the vehicles. Made of virtual insanity. Let's put some vehicles for them to replace here. So we'll just throw down a line of A&A off-roads who will be at the position. Here we go. Okay. Ooh, actually. Just thought of something. Virtual reality. Actually, I can probably move this summary as well, can't I? I totally can. And I can probably align to the left side. There we go. Nice. Test latest code. There we go. Sorry, none of that. The song is Virtual Insanity by Jamiroquai. You can just ask me. Made of virtual insanity. Alright. What am I looking for? I'm looking for synchronized objects. Because units group. Yeah. I mean, if I guess they're part of the group, it works. But what if they're not part of the group? Would that work? Synchronized objects module. If side is thing, if not, group X. I mean, I guess it no, because it would chop the group. Okay, no, that would work, but it would only be for a different group. But I guess that wouldn't really matter. Yeah, fuck it. We should be fine. Alright. That should be fine. How's making the A lock in? It's going pretty well. We're about to do a test, actually. Okay, so the cooldown for the QRF, we need to test that. Syncing reinforcements, so that the trigger is off when they arrive. We can test that. Manual cycle timer, we can test that. Actually, let me just throw some system chats in. What am I doing? Never thought I'd meet a girl like you. Meet a girl like you. QRF, delay reset. Cool. And tawny eyes. Kind of eyes that hypnotize me through. Hypnotize me through. And I ran so far away. Okay, it's a starter. Again all night and day. Couldn't get away. Okay, so they're the cooldowns. Vehicle spawning, good to test. Yeah. Syncing reinforcements. Powder beers above your head. Frame of light come shining down on you. Shining down on you. Moving nearer still. Aurora Borealis comes in view. Aurora comes in view. Okay, I think that's all good. Let's run a quick test. Way. I just ran all night and day. Actually, you know what I was thinking this do a lot recently? I'll put it on the playlist next. Hold on. Okay. Oh. Calm down, YouTube. There we go. Alright. Vehicle array is nil org. Uh-oh. No, because there should be 2 of those. Why did it only display 1? I am suspicious that something's broken already. Okay. No? Oh, there is genuinely just a fucking error somewhere. I put a dot somewhere I shouldn't have. Alright. However... Okay, where is this dot? Where is this stray full stop I've left somewhere? It doesn't even give me a fucking location. Hold on. So I know it's nearer this list. You know what? That'll actually... Oh, I know exactly why it's not gonna be a location. I know fucking why. Yep, I did just genuinely leave a dot right here. There we go. Okay, problem solved. Why was there a dot there? Alright, run it back. Okay, where's the song I was putting on next? No, not that one. This one, here we go. Good track. Good track. Alright, nil org. Where do I even get the nil org from? Oh, okay, that's right, yeah. Oh, that's why I only got two, because right, the nil isn't actually nil anymore. Never mind, that's actually functional. God, I'm so smart that I got confused by my own error messages that I was expecting to see. Alright. Blow up some vehicles. Oh shit, I just realized I didn't wait for the thing to start detecting. Or is it? Oh? Wait, why is there another dot? Don't tell me I copy-pasted that into the fucking vehicle area by accident. I did. Why is there a single dot here? What is going on? Alright, restart again. Oh. The Buggles later joined. Yes, I didn't. Did you know that Hans Zimmer appears in the background of this music video? He played the keyboard for them. He also looks like super fucking odd. He looks exactly like you'd expect an 80s guy to look, an 80s musician. Hold on. Wind, we've gone too far. Yeah, hold on. Let me fucking... No. Let me fucking... Boop. Here we go. Alright, watch this. That right there? Wait, no, it isn't. Hold on, no, it's the other guy. Hold on, wait. I think it's when they zoom out of the TV, if I recall rightly. The radio star. Here he is. He's in the background right over there. There he is. That's Hans Zimmer. I love the wacky face he does when they move the camera past him. Because he's trying his best not... You'll notice if you haven't been fucking filmed. He's trying his best not to look in the camera. Watch what he does with his eyes. He tries his best to look out of the way of the camera as he goes past. He's trying to look like above the camera and not stare straight in the lens as you're told not to do. But yeah, there you go. That's Hans Zimmer. Radio star. You are... So there you go. One of the lads playing the synths at 250 is Hans Zimmer, one of the most famous movie composers of all time. There you go. That's him right there. Look at that setup, though. How fucking crazy is that setup? Holy shit. God. Anyway, fucking sick. Love this song. Alright. So we've got 40 and 4 right now, which works. Let's detonate our relatives and fly to Dover. Okay. Let's see if this will work now. Good God. You done yet? Okay. Spawning the QRF. Interesting. Why did it spawn over here? Okay, well, good maneuvering there. I'm definitely going to increase the delay again. Increase the delay. Huh. Now Why would you spawn over here? Why would that happen? If I check Object 8 test. For some reason, only Object Res 1 is being detected. The spawning works correctly, but now the detection is not working correctly. Which is unfortunate, because the detection is done over here as well, isn't it? Hold on. Alright. Is this like an extended version that has the ending or something? Weird. Alright. Give me some more of this. Alright. Why is this doing what it is? Okay, this... Maybe there's a delay in the resource producers, maybe? Oh, I fucking didn't realize that was still on. There you go. If I take security location instead... Is there a problem here? No, because that should just work. Why would you possibly fail? I didn't happen to name you the same thing, did I? No? Security 2? Figured out what I did. I turned it off. There you go. Alright. Anyone who codes is a wizard to me. Yes, yes, make the rocks sing talk. Yes! It basically is, yeah. Coding's very fun to me. Because I like physics. I hate maths. I like physics. I like the maths in physics. I just hate maths. I like physics because it's practical maths. That's my... Okay, we're not listening to Virtual Insanity again. We're putting some fucking Franz Ferdinand on. But... coding is fun to me because it's like a nice mix between math and language. Language is a core of coding in that so much of what you're doing is... how do I make computer do this? You can write it out as a sentence. You can write out... get how many enemies there are. Subtract enemies by 1 per minute. Let me know when there are less than 10 enemies or something like that. And then it's like, okay, you know, the enemies slowly die off, and then when it hits 10 enemies, it lets you know, and it spawns new enemies or some shit like that. Something like that. It's just, the way you start coding, I mean, it's why I have... I know I want... it's why I have all this shit. It's why I write stuff like this. I write like... okay, have it do this, and then do this, and then do this. And then the job is taking a sentence that says, add vehicle spawning, right? Obviously, that's very simple. It's like an easier one. For example, stuff like this. So it's like, okay, if ambush completes objective, ambush unit leaves area, but a cleanup unit may approach and leave later. So that's just words, but I can easily turn that into code where I go, okay, if ambush objective complete, then ambush unit leave back to base. Potentially, and I can have like a dice roll or something, cleanup unit comes and checks area out, you know? Something like that. It's very much a kind of a logical like, all right, you write out a sentence for what you want to happen, and then you just have to convert that sentence. You have to translate that sentence from English into code. It's very fun. I like that part of coding. All right. Let's do the test. So goodbye to my vehicles. say you don't go, I say. Programmer's coding is fun because I go to my programmer socks. To each their own. Works out. Here we go. Take me out. Okay, these guys should work. I know I won't be leaving here. No, I won't be leaving here. I know I won't be leaving here. All of his coding, how till Rumi accidentally makes... With all of his coding, how long until Rumi accidentally makes AI waifu with the love of warfare? I mean, all I need to do is just combine this with, like, one of those fucking character AIs, and then it can, like, tell you how sad it is that it's committing mass genocide in Africa. Oh, it already reset, did it? I think it might have already reset. However, it is so far working. This is all functional. We're gonna keep an eye on this. Yeah, the delay reset. Okay, that works. So the delay reset is functional, but it really should be fucking 20 minutes. Let's watch and see what happens. So, vehicles come up. They join the base. Well, they fucking slam through the local agriculture first. Okay, move. They join here. Okay, they're now part of the base. Which should mean on the next cycle we should see a 16 and... no, it should be a 19, 20, 22 and 2 is what we should see. 22 and 0. Ah. Ah! I know what I missed. I know what I missed. Okay, I'm glad that all works. Alright. So let's just see. Manual cycle timer works. Syncing reinforcements. Ah, now that I didn't get to test. Which we should test again in a second anyway. Cooldown. That works. Vehicle spawning works as well. Okay. So there's one thing I have to test. So that was a 3 out of a 4. That was a pretty successful test. The thing that I missed was right here. Nope. Not right here. Right here. Okay, so I need to add vehicles into the vehicle list. Can you change things in ArmA code without relaunching the program? That's kind of wild. It requires some modding, but yes, you can. I'm effectively live modding the code. They call it file patching in ArmA. So I'm editing... So, okay, God, here's the way this works. Dewako taught me how to do this, and thank God for Dewako. He's a fucking wizard. So... I have a folder which is being linked to another folder. Now, you can do this in Windows. You can link folders together. They're called system links. And whatever's in one folder will be identical to what's in the other folder. So I've system linked 2 folders together. One folder is in the ArmA 3 launch directory of Steam. The other one is just my normal folder. So all my modding is being transferred straight to that folder. And then when ArmA launches or even just runs... it checks if it's using file patching. And if it is, it checks the files in its directory and tries to patch on top of the files it's got with those new files. Now, there is limitations to this system, and I was already showed off one of those earlier, in that if I add a new module or a new unit, something that adds a new class into the game, that requires a recompile, because I have to actually go back out, compile it, load the game with it now considering that unit as a new thing to load. However, once I've loaded the compiled object, I can then edit the object to my heart's content and it will work just fine. So yeah, it's a really good system. And I, frankly, without it would go fucking insane. And believe it or not, I made all of Persist without that system. I had to restart every time I made an edit and recompile. I don't know how it didn't go fucking insane. Anyway. But this is infinitely easier. Okay. So we need to add vehicles being included here. Tell my mother I'm sorry. Let It Happen. Both a very good Tame Impala song and also the hottest thing a woman can say to me. Okay, objective vehicle list. select 4. Objective vehicle list, select 4. For each units, select this. Now. This is for if they're a vehicle. How am I filtering vehicles beforehand? Because I have a reliable way of doing it here. Group vehicles. Right. Random question, why do you think most AI chatbots are only overly horny? Because people make them that way? Because people want to roleplay with them and have sex? I mean, that is just like, that's just a standard answer. I mean, like, you make the chatbot. Even if it's one of those places where you just like pick a chatbot, someone made the chatbot. Chatbots are ultimate. I mean, this is the biggest thing that pisses me off about most AI. People say like, I made an AI. It's like, no, you didn't. You just changed their prompt. It's not making an AI. You just told the AI to pretend to be something different, you know? I kind of hate that shit. All right, hold on. So, tab. Okay. No, I definitely copied the wrong thing, I've just realized. Maybe... Hold on. Now, this is what I needed. Okay. God, I love this part of the track. All right. Do I even need this to be a spawn? I could maybe change this to being a call. I think I will. All right, cool. Replace those both to call. Then this select 0 is what we need. So group vehicles is this select 0, call group vehicles. Object vehicle list, pushback unique, group vehicles. Okay. And then object infantry list. Wait a second. How did I copy that twice? I should get rid of that. Okay. So we check this out now. Object infantry list, pushback infantry, that works fine. Select the vehicles. Okay, yep. Group vehicles, pushback unique. Okay. Set 3 object infantry list. Set 4 object vehicle list. Set. Done. All right. That should work. Let's run a test. I got a, let's see. Oh, that's an old classic. I haven't heard this one in a bit, actually. Here we go. All right. wait for the system to kick up. I love these. Look at these little guys going to their shelter. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing, huh? All right. Actually, how many seconds in are we? That can't be right. About 1:30. Okay. That doesn't seem right. Anyway. Why is that taking so long? Oh, it'll be the QRF check because this pops out after. Okay, got it right. Never mind. I've got that one Dark Souls video. Wait, hold on, wait. Right. What one? Oh, is it the... Oh, this one. This is Take On Me? Oh, it is, yeah. Oh, it's a sped up version. Right. There we go. Alright, never mind. Listen, it's recommending me Red Fonk in the Sky again. I mean, after Take On Me, but yeah. How to learn to code in ArmA? It's where I learned to code. I started coding in ArmA 2 back when you had to code to do a lot of your things. There wasn't a 3D editor, everything was 2D, so you had to do code. If you want to do verticality rather, if you wanted AI to be on a building rather than in a building, or at the ground floor of a building, you had to code it. You couldn't just place a machine gun on a roof. So that's where I learned, and I'm self-taught. I'm self-taught for just about everything in my life. It is hard to find something in my life that I did not teach myself. My coding, my fucking YouTube, my editing, my business work, everything. Alright. Come on. You gonna... You're not gonna send reinforcements? Oh, good, okay. There's just a bit of a delay there. Alright, buddy. Off he goes. I didn't increase the delays. They are just going to keep sending guys, but anyway. I know the item codes are each item, but yeah. Yep. God. What language is ArmA coded in? A C language? No. Reforger is, but, and so is the Infusion and therefore DayZ. But ArmA is coded in SQF, and before that was coded in SQS. SQS is worse, SQF is a lot better. Both of them are not amazing, but I know them like the back of my hand at this point. I also know all of the problems. I learnt Java and PHP in school. Actually, I only learned a little bit of Java for Minecraft modding. PHP was I learnt. Obviously, I learned a bit of HTML. The main thing I learnt was, I think, C++, I think was at the time. I think, yeah, that was coming out. But more than anything, I know SQF. I know SQF because that's what I work with in ArmA. There are certain interfaces that let you use different code with ArmA. Like Ace has an interface they use. But I just live with SQF because I know how it works really well. But yeah, no, that has been my, it's an ArmA-only scripting language, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of scripting languages like that. There are a lot of languages built for just specific games. Alright, more Red Fonk. Never forget, the fucking dev wrote all of Roller Coaster Tycoon in assembly. Alright. Come on. How's this working? Okay, good. Okay, and one. Excellent. Player, play the game. Excellent, he disappeared. Okay, now we check and see if this works. Why are you going so slowly? Maybe we should increase their speeds to... Why are they getting rear-ended by a fucking off-road? I need to increase these guys' speed a little. Come on. Oh, here comes the off-roads. Bro, what are you doing? What are you... Okay, you know what? It's fine. I just want to make sure this disappears. Come on. What are you doing? Mr. AI. Okay, and you didn't vanish either. No. Okay. So, that part doesn't work yet. Let me, back to the start. Hold on. Group spawn. Let's make sure we set vehicle group, no, set speed. Is that it? Set speed mode. Okay, yeah, full. Oh, wait, no. That doesn't wait for me. Okay, never mind. Normal. In that case, let me check taxi group as well. Let's see. Column full. No, I want to go normal. Oh, Jesus. Normal. Some people unironically argue ArmA 4 should be an Unreal. Disgusting. I mean, Floof, ultimately, here's the thing. Especially if Deadman can get multi-threading working, ArmA 3 is, in my opinion, is hands down the better game when compared to Reforger. Reforger is nice for a lot of the modern aspects, you know, when it comes to visuals, shadows especially, really good job. The performance when it comes to, you know, like man-on-man combat kind of thing. But when it comes to AI, assets, command and control, performance and multiplayer, even when you're talking about netcode, all of those are worse in Reforger than they are in ArmA 3. And I know they are because I asked the devs myself. When they were trying to get us in for their whole thing, I was like, hey guys, so I'm a guy who runs like big ArmA events. How's the netcode? And they just go, it's worse. So at this point, because ArmA has been refined for so long, by the time ArmA 4 drops, it's going to take so long for it to ever catch up to the level of ArmA 3, because the amount of refinement that ArmA 3 has received at this point. ArmA 3 hasn't stopped being updated because it's got a very loyal and kind of, what do you call it? Constant update scheme from the from Deadman and obviously everyone who's still working on ArmA 3. So it's weird. It's one of these problems where you can't really justify the step up because there's nothing that ArmA can't do that Reforger can outside of just visuals. And even those can just be modded into ArmA. I mean, you would need obviously a full overhaul and everything if you wanted to get to the level of Reforger. Things like shadows, for example. ArmA can now increase. Actually, there was literally, for another example of ArmA constantly being updated, this wasn't an option recently. But if you look at this, shadows, oh, should I actually like hide this? Shadows used to max out in ArmA at like 500 meters, right? But they gave you the option now to allow you to boost your settings to extreme levels. I can now make shadows 3 kilometers away, which will make things laggy, yes, but the difference in visuals when you can see shadows at a distance is honestly pretty fucking impressive. And that is hands down the best part of Reforger, is the shadows at a distance. If you zoom this in, there we go. It's really important for playing as well, because if you get, say, a guy under that tree, if he's got a shadow on him, he's a lot harder to see as opposed to if he's just bright and visible, you know? But there we go, like so. You can now extend shadows out a long distance. And now I am losing about 5 frames from this, but I mean, that's just because there's not a lot going on with those shadows, but that's impressive. That used to be physically impossible in ArmA. You could not get shadows at that distance. And honestly, 3 kilometers is as far as you're ever going to be shooting. I think shadows at 1 kilometer is completely reasonable and is already a very heavy strain. But that alone puts you into the range of anyone I'm shooting at is at least going to be getting shadows for cover. And that is the advantage that Reforger has, is that its shadows are very good. But yeah, like, these elements, armor is being constantly updated. I think even this, yeah, you can now get an overall view range of 40 kilometers. Don't know why you'd need that, but you can. And that's the important part, is that the game is constantly allowing you to do these things. It also lets you push the texture limits, push the particle limits, all that kind of stuff. You can make armor look fucking beautiful now. So, I don't know. I think at a certain point, it's going to be hard to see how the development team for Reforger is ever going to catch up with ArmA's development, especially when you see how badly the development on Reforger has gone. All right, back to Muzak. What are we picking? Give me some satellite. All right. Hey, Squake. I get 7 months, mate. Stinky. All right, what was I testing right now? I was testing the... Oh, right. Fucking vehicle swarm. Let's see. Okay, normal. See, that's fine. Normal. To work on sleep. Right, the damn pain reaves the body. No, the song, but I forgot the song name. It is Satellite by Two Door Cinema Club. I fucking love the Cinema Club. Reforger isn't done by the main team? No, Reforger is done by the main team. I just say the Reforger team because I know people that worked on ArmA and then left, specifically because of how bad the team got, unfortunately. I'm friends with some ex-Bohemia employees. I'm also friends with current Bohemia employees. But, yeah. All I've seen is the PS5 stuff. I mean, to be fair, the main advantage Reforger has going for it, like, hands down, outside of everything else, the biggest advantage Reforger has going for it is consoles. It has opened up ArmA, a game that was impossible to play on consoles before now, although actually there was, I think, Flashpoint had a console version, but modern consoles. You know, you take this game that is a PC-only game, and then you give it to console players, they're like, holy fuck! They're amazed. Console players are going mental for how good. What is that? Oh, Jim, hold on. Jim, you wanna see the whiteboard? Jim, refer to the whiteboard. You'll notice that's me drawing an RTS. That's Agent AI, which we don't care about. This is me teaching the AI to kill. That's Laughs. That's my Fire Sport AI. This is Damn, Dynamic AI Minefields. That's Persist, which works with Damn. Persist isn't an AI mod. It is a persistence mod, though. Platoon AI doesn't exist yet, but will be a subsidiary of Staging Ground AI, which is the main reason I'm working on RAM. You have to get through the checkpoint to reach RAM. RAM is Rimi's AI mission modules, which primarily focuses on the interconnected behavior of security and insurgent areas, including resources and smugglers, in order to get their funds. And there's, of course, the player checkpoints to intercept those smugglers. Now, can we talk about Pepe Sylvia? Right. Fuck, what was I saying? Hey, Cuzzy, how you doing, Cuzzy? How you doing? Finally, our child is here. Reckless abandon, oh. I'm just coding today. Welcome on in. The water is fine, oh. I just want to listen to some good music. Pepe Sylvia! I'm going, Pepe! Pepe! Fucking love that show. Do you know I cannot watch that show legally anywhere in Australia. Oh, ArmA for PS5, right. Fact is, giving ArmA to a group of people that have never had ArmA before, haven't even had a game like ArmA. Any ArmA likes just don't exist on console. So Reforger for the console players is a huge hit because it is their only option for an ArmA-like game on a console. So I'll give them that. They're gonna win out there. But the actual the team and stuff, the work on Reforger, I don't know if you guys remember this. Reforger was meant to be a 12-month EA. They were meant to have release, 12 months, completed work on Reforger, that's it. We are 2 years in, and they haven't even finished, like, the fucking roadmap that they originally put out for like page 2, I think it was. I think they've just finished page 1 of the roadmap. And that was meant to be done in the first 3 months. So, yeah, the AI can finally drive. They still can't fly, though, I don't think. But the AI are bad, unfortunately. It's the reason why I'm not going to be using Reforger be doing PvE scenarios. Reforger is at its best in PvP. Anyway, back to the math. So, full. Who's moving full? That's fine. Too close to hide. In the moonlight side. Do 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 do. Damn right, music's a bop. Oh, hold on, guys. We've got a playlist coming up next. It's Summer 1985. You're driving at night. All right. Is it because their A team is working A4 while the B team is on Reforger? No. No, the team is on Reforger. There is no A team or B team. Bohemia is not that big of a company. In fact, the only possible B team at this point is ArmA 3. ArmA 3 has like a fucking life support team on it. I think it has like 5 people working on it still. Fair credit, those 5 people are doing more work than Reforger is. But, yeah, no. Abusing your mods and up. Nice, man. Which ones? Right, what was the other one I was looking at? So, adding to the group. Oh, the invisibility one. Right, no. So we can do this. Hungry like the wolf. Hungry like the wolf. Hungry like the wolf. Wait. I know the problem. I see the problem. I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Wait, no. No, that's not it. Okay, trigger activated. Let's see. I mean, that should work. What's the timeline for A4? I think it's 2026 or 2027. They revealed it at like a concert. And they revealed the date. I think it was like 2027. Hold on. They announced it and like no one cared. It was kind of crazy. Yeah, 2027 is ArmA 4. So, and hey, you want me to be real? I think it's going to release the exact same way that ArmA 3 did, which, if you don't recall, ArmA 3 released barely a game. ArmA 3 released without an A10, without any jets, with only Stratus, without bipods, without, I don't think tanks were in at the start. Like, there was so little stuff right at the beginning. And then the campaign even was released in 3 parts. I fully expect the exact same thing is going to happen with ArmA 4. So we'll get ArmA 4 in 2027, but we'll get ArmA 4 in like 2028, 2029, really. It was nuts how different that was, but right, let me check this out real quick. Curious. That's not right. Oh, good start to this track. All right. Hold on. I have found something of a problem. Trigger 3. Ah, I see my problem. This... Hold on. Oh no, this is the original guy who sung it. This isn't fucking, what do they call it? This isn't by the people who made Maniac, right? Like the remix, I guess. Who was the one that actually? Hold on. Maniac song. Who's the actual? Who am I thinking of that did Maniac that we all listened to? Was it Conan? Was it Conan Gray? Hold on. Nope. No, never mind. Never mind. I do actually like that song though. Carpenter Brute. That was it. Carpenter Brute. Yeah. That's it. Carpenter Brute. I fucking could not remember their name. But yeah, no, that caught me off guard. By the way, Maniac by Conan Gray. He's gone now. I swear, he like, man, probably de-twinked in his aging. I don't know. Let me Google him real quick. But good music. I like some of their songs. Nope, definitely did not de-twink. They are a year older than me, so that's coming for you soon. Oh my god. That's weird they're older than me. A year older than me. They always looked younger than me. Alright. That can't be right. There we go. Kazi, thank you for getting a sub to Crasher. Hey, Kazagami. Better watch out what you say about people older than you. Yeah, it's alright. Girls don't suffer from twink death. They just turn into MILFs. Come on. Get with it. Alright. Isn't there an ArmA version issued by militaries? Yeah, it's called VBS. It's made by a different company that is, as far as I'm aware, a lot more financially successful than Bohemia. But the Bohemia Games Company and the Bohemia Military Company are two separate companies. They aren't, like, combined or anything. I don't know if they have the same parent company anymore. They might do. But they are separate, agencies, separate workplaces and everything. They're called Hags. Oh, God. I like Hags, but the problem is everyone started calling everyone Hags, and it just doesn't make any sense anymore. It's like they'll just call like, oh, you're 25, you're a hag. It's like, buddy, that just means you're like a child. I don't want to know. I don't want you telling me that 25 is a hag, because all that means is that you're like 15, and that's terrifying. Shut up, At minimum, it has to be 30, but even that is low for a hag, I don't even think hagness starts until like 40. At which point onwards, yeah, you could be a hag. What's the difference between vanilla ArmA and VBS? VBS is for training soldiers, ArmA is for playing video games. There's a lot of fine details, but overall, VBS has a worse UI, worse controls, worse gameplay, but has greater realism, greater simulation of things you wouldn't expect. Like, if I recall rightly, in VBS, there's like some civilian interaction stuff you can do so that you can train soldiers how to not execute civilians when they throw rocks at them. That kind of stuff. Just like stuff like that. There's a lot of wacky stuff. The map generation VBS is actually way better. All right. So why did that not work? Maybe I have to just go like group vehicles. Like this. Then go here. I think it's going to be. Yeah. And then we go group vehicles. Take this, select 0. So group vehicles. Try it like this, maybe? Yeah. Group vehicles. Actually, I didn't even need to do that because we already checked their group, don't we? Yeah. Wait, hold on. So take that. Cut that out. Okay. Then we go down to the infantry side where they try. Oh, wait, no, the infantry don't have to care because they're not getting vehicles dropped off. Okay. All right. That hopefully is going to work. Let's roll back to the editor and test it out. I think VBS had a version of Zeus before the game version. It's entirely possible. But as far as I'm aware at this point, VBS isn't even, like, super cross-compatible with ArmA. Like, they still use the same coding language, but I don't think a lot of their stuff is compatible. I'm trying to check, like, let me check, like, VBS 4. What does VBS got? I'm trying to check, There is something a VBS has that's insane, that is absolutely fucking mental, that I'm so mad that I can't have. I actually once tried to apply the Cadian to get military training software because I really wanted to use Titan IM, which is another thing that does this, but here, check this out. They have, in VBS 4, the ability to click anywhere on the world and generate a map. Now, it's not going to be perfect, but that ability, holy shit. ArmA already has something kind of like it, but it's shit and it doesn't work as well and it's not at all good. But the ability to make a map out of anywhere on Earth is fucking crazy. I'm sure they had some other thing as well. Oh yeah, they've got drones now as well. Where are we? 1,000 of AI entities. But as you can see here, it's all a lot more jank than ArmA actually is. Can it do cities? I don't really think so. They do have artillery tools, actually, which is something ArmA lacks. Interesting. But yeah, that's, I mean, I've always wanted to try VBS and compare it, but the problem is, like, a lot of the stuff that VBS has is already so far divorced from ArmA, you wouldn't just be able to put it back in. There's apparently boats in VBS as well that work quite, at least at work, rather. Let me be clear. Let's see. Yeah. Sorry, I need you guys to see this real quick. Hey, where's the image? Here we go. Check this. This is a guy driving a rib in VBS. I just think a fucking, what is that guy? Is he a colonel, a general? Fucking dressed up to the nines, sat on some fucking seat with a VR headset on. Anyway. But yeah, Bohemia Interactive is owned by BAE Systems. So I'm guessing that they're not even owned by the same parent company anymore. If I go, let's see. Does it look like a Valve Index headset? Probably because it is. Let's see. Oh, weird. Bohemia Interactive Simulations doesn't have a wiki page. Huh. Interesting. Well, is there actually a, No, I guess they are just, like, privately employed. They're still... Yeah, because they didn't get the Codemasters publisher anymore. Yeah. So, Bohemia Interactive is self-published and self-developing everything. They're completely a self-independent company. But Bohemia Interactive Simulations is employed by BAE Systems and is not the same company. It's a very interesting situation there. But it is wild to me how many fucking assets you can see VBS has that ArmA just lacks. Makes me so sad because I really want to get my hands on the VBS contracts. Because you know there's a shitload more stuff in there, because what will have happened is a military will go, we practice with Sassacans or whatever, or Saracens? Sassarans? How do you say it again? You drove my sarsen through your garden last night. Big up the raw. That's it, sarsen. You know, we use sarsens or whatever. And then the BIS would just be like, okay, adding sarsens, and they'd get paid like $20,000 to do it. Probably more than that, actually. So I really badly want to steal all the assets they have. It said sarsen, at least the way the Irish say it is. I mean, that's the only reason I know it is because the part of the song. They go, you drove my sarsen, so your sarsen through my garden last night. Big up the rar. God. All right. You guys want to see something sad? Here you go. Check this out. You ready? Cockroach anime girl. She loves humans. She thinks they're nice. She came here thinking she'd get some food. I fucking love this image. Oh, man. All right. Let's adjust the QRF timer on this. QRF check timer. I'm not going to put it to... I'll put it to like 3 minutes. So 180. Okay. 180 test. All right, let's do this. I have to see if I can get the disappearing code to work correctly. I don't know this song. I like it though. All right. Speed up time. Okay. That should do. Begin detonating these guys. Oh. Stuff. Okay. Where did this one go? Down here. Come on. Wonder if there are any declared contract in the DoD's page going to Bohemia. Could be. They actually... The thing that saved Bohemia from bankruptcy was the United States Marine Corps. The Marine Corps paid Bohemia to make them simulators. And that's what ended up saving Bohemia from being broke. What is... Right. I know what just happened. Hold on. Right, I adjusted the wrong setting, my bad. Here we go. I know what happened. Alright. Drop that back to 20 seconds. Play. You're my soul. Alright. Alright. Whoop! Chill. Chill, bro. Quit spinning. Quit spinning. I was trying to change the track. Alright, here we go. Alright. Give that a second. Let's go. Ooh, good track, actually. I'll put that one on the list. I'm trying to pick up a few more songs. What else are we looking with? That song. I mean, this one's just good. I'm gonna put this one in. Will Rowe kicks ass, honestly. He makes some great songs. Stick that one in as well. We don't need that one. All right. Why? Okay, hold on. I got to show you guys this real quick. This is just. Have a look at what I'm getting recommended right now. My music list. It's just called Z Source Jungle here. I love this guy's playlists. Zaravian, you make some good shit, dude. That's such a good thumbnail. Oh man. All right. Kick some music back on. Playlists, come on. No. Give me some pancakes. All right. Going to the tent. God, I'm so glad I get to meet fucking Wobby and all them at both TwitchCons, actually. Carlos is mad nice, too. I got to meet Booty as well. Love Booty. Such a nice guy. He's honestly the most interesting to me. I know. Not to let everyone else down, but I like to talk Booty the most because he does the game shows and like develops those, and I think that's fascinating how he makes them. I think he makes some of the best streams on Twitch. Alright. Come into the tent. We're making pancakes. This isn't a stream where they jerked off in a tent on stream. Great stream. Alright. So these guys are driving up to deploy. These guys are still there. Let's kill these guys. Mixing up that sticky stuff. We ain't got shit on us. Basic up, say batter and mud. I made this while my whisk was soft. Plus, this one's got Sneeze Snort dancing in it, and she's fucking hot. What's my mod supposed to do? Consult the chart. Oh no, let's just test this real quick. I'll explain more in a second once we're done with this test, because I'm really hoping this test works. Trigger one right now. Hold on. Let me actually check. Right before they reach this. Okay, hold on. Select 6. Oh wait, no, hold on. 0. Select 6. Select 0. It's a setup. It's a setup. No, we won't fall. No, we won't fall. This song or the one just before? Let me tell you clear, has donut. Were you talking about the pancake song, or are you talking about this song? Because this song is called The Setup, and it's from GTA 5, and it's the best fucking song in that game. It's a setup, no, we won't fall. Okay. Curious. It's a peacetime overthrow, bound to break, get your beat. No, we won't fall. We got to get underground. Sleepwalking is also in this playlist. The Pancake song was by Wilro, who makes Pay Money Wubby's music. And Wilro makes some great music. No, we won't fall. No, we won't fall. So, trigger isn't activated. Trigger activated. Which, to be clear, is select 6, select 0. Which is correct. Oh. So, if trigger is not activated, it's false, it's true. So it will say for each, this list. That's why. That's why it wasn't working. Fuck! It's not going to work again either. Shit. Alright. I was just using the wrong variable, basically. Oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup, there's a no it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup, there's a no it's a setup, it's a setup, no, we won't fall. It's so hard to sing this song because you want to sing all the lines, but they overlap each other. It's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup, there's a no it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an it's a setup, it's a setup. There's a traitor, there's a mole, it's a peacetime overthrow, bound to break, get your beat. no, we won't fall. I like to listen to This Is War from the ArmA OST or going through airport security. This Is War bangs so hard, but better than This Is War. Let me get it. Hold on. This song is the setup. Okay. Get underground. Sorry, ignore my spinning. I'm gonna add a song. Oh, set up, bow. Oh, set up, bow. All right. Let's try this again. These are all different colors this time. Okay, 44, good. Kill. Excellent. No, we won't fall. No, we won't fall. No, we won't fall. Okay, cool. Move away. You guys disappear. Kill these guys. It's a peacetime overthrow. Alright. Okay, you're working now. So let's keep our eyes on him. Let's see what he does. I've just thought of a potential problem. This will be quite curious if this does what I think it'll do. Got to get underground. Alright, let me kick on the song I just added. So, not this one. Better than This Is War. Here we go. Where is that guy? Here he comes. Slow down. Excellent. Ah. Fuck. Well. Let's see. The problem here, actually, I can catch this again real quick. Wait for it. No, screenshot that shit. Come on. God, I wish this had a proper log. It's not desynced, buddy. The problem is that I have created an array where I should have had an object. Now, why did I do that? I know why I did that. Like that. There we go. That'll work. I made an array. I didn't put them in brackets. Okay. Retry. Audio desynced. Yeah, it's on your end, dude. Refresh. It is not on my end. Okay. Kill those guys. Come on. Okay, kill. Alright, cool. Oh, we didn't talk about fucking video game OSTs? I'll put in a great... Is it playing Hungry Like the Wolf again? Alright. Give me a second. I'll put him some of the music in a sec. Why did that put... Okay. This guy's driving up. I'm gonna put myself over here. The wolf is the reaper. Hold on. I gotta bang a video game track for us to listen to after this. Just go and rhyme. I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Wait a second. Okay, no, you are moving to here. Alright. Slow that down. While we wait. Hold on. Okay. Oh shit, I gotta teleport myself away, quick. Okay, good, everyone's invisible. Wait, hold on. Okay, trigger's activated false. Hold on. Let me, Here we go. Alright, enough Duran Duran. No, not ArmA. Not ArmA. Come on. Wait, did not get... I did not get added to the fucking list? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. What is going on? Oh, I saved him to watch later. My bad. Hold on. There we go. Alright. Good. Okay, so trigger activated false. So it should activate. Pull in. Come on. Okay. That's good. Now, the secondary problem may arise, and I'm not entirely sure I want to fix this yet. Soundtracks of Wano? You know the soundtracks of Wano are just like generic music you can find? I know, because I found it when I was working on my first Wano video. Now that works! But there is a big downside. Let me show you what that downside is. You ready? Me. Teleport. Come on. How have you not exploded yet? How? Oh, because I haven't actually enabled simulation yet, just visuals. Let's see. That's interesting. You only enabled visuals, not simulation. Well, I've actually managed to find another bug there, but that is a problem, is that if they disappear, they will park in the same location. So I think I actually need to have a massive delay on these guys getting hidden. I might do exactly that. Change it to a spawn. If trigger is activated, then sleep for 120 seconds. That should be enough time that they won't be parked inside of each other. Now, back to the actual problem, which is we just realized that this thing revealing itself did not unfreeze the vehicles. In fact, let me check. Well, you're enabled simulation. I can't believe this one has lyrics. Doesn't sound like anything, but believe it or not, these are lyrics you're listening to right now. Okay. Each reveal list. Hold on. Trigger isn't active, trigger 2. Okay, that's fine. Something here isn't re-enabling the vehicles, rather, when they, get disabled. Hmm. And why specifically not those vehicles? Might be because they're not getting... Are they getting added to the vehicle list? Hold on. Let's see. Route vehicles, pushback. It should be. Let's see what the thing currently says. True. Okay. Okay, objective vehicle list is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Select 4. Okay. Select 4. Bravo 4-4, Bravo 4-5, Bravo 4-5, Charlie 1-3, Charlie 1-3. So that's Bravo 4-4. That's Bravo 4-5. Let me try this. It does pick up, you know, AFV wheeled vehicle. Yeah, APC. Okay. So that's all working. Why then would you not be appearing? Why are you doing that? How goes developing? Currently stuck. I'm entirely uncertain as to why this trigger is not revealing the units it should be in the way it should be doing. Let me test something. If I teleport my ass away. Okay. Teleport back. Okay. The model appears. The AI. It's never been stronger. Let's see. Trigger timeout. That's fine. Visual range, yes. Module AI. I think right here. If the object is hidden, then continue. For each reveal list, which is objects and vehicles. That's all normal enough. So why are you guys not appearing? I guess maybe here. Ah, figured it out. Figured it out. All right, took me a bit. The problem is it's referencing all objects when it's just that's just irrelevant at this point. Alright. Found it. Let's fix it. So instead of referencing all objects, let's grab this. Like so. Stick this in here. Okay. So get rid of for each all objects. No need for that. Okay. So this is for group vehicles, which I think I can handily ignore. How much of code do you have to write 100% yourself? What do you mean, how much of code do I have to write? What do you mean? So get rid of this. Should I actually... Okay, tell you what. Before I do this, I made the logical thing of making a quick backup, because I am going to have to, like, rework this whole thing. What's the date today? 19/12. Oh, I put 12/12. You know what? That's fine. How much script there versus lifted preset? I mean, very little is lifted, apart from just how things work, which is just all coding. I mean, I don't lift code because that's illegal. I write it myself. But assisted, I mean, I've got Copilot, but even that I have to still write myself. I'm writing the code myself. Like, when it comes to persist, I wrote every single line myself. I wasn't even using Copilot there. That's just how coding works. It's not like code is particularly long. The longest code in persist is only like 10,000 letters, I think. How much is this? Not 10,000 letters, 10,000 words, rather. This is only 360 lines of code. From other scripts, bits here and there. I lift everything as required. It's best to lift. I've already done the debugging. Right, okay. So we're getting rid of that. And get rid of that. Oh, wait, no, we need a close for the spawn. Okay. We'll get rid of this. Get rid of this. I think we can get rid of everything here. Then... let's see. So other list versus infantry list. Okay. Trigger 2. Hold on. Okay. I think this is all done. Simulation enabled. If it isn't enabled, then just continue. That's fine. Wait, no. Yeah, no, we definitely want that. Scrap that. Let's Go true. Okay, hold hide object false. Okay, other list exists. Cool. That's if trigger 2 isn't turned on, which seems like an impossibility, but anyway. Wait, no, if it's true, then it wouldn't hide the object. Okay, yeah, that does work. All right. Hide objects, simulation, good. Mission enabled, continue. No, we definitely get rid of that. Okay, I think this will work. Module, infantry, infantry other. I think this will all work. Match that to that, match that to that, that to that. Okay. Other list, infantry list. Alright. Let's give this a quick fucking test. Yeah, I found my way out. I found it at last. Now I'm sober. Ugh. Come on. Please work. Alright. Oh! Zero divisor. Okay, not great. Because none of my resource guys is appearing. Okay, why is this now? I know why. Hold on, I know exactly why. It's because this is triggering right at mission start, and that doesn't exist yet, does it? Wait. Maybe? Hold on. If I... Well, that's concerning. Why is that happening? Why is it... Hold on. Okay, so we can just hold Y to resettle this once we're done. Okay. Let's try this again, see if that has the same problem. If it does, we know that it was my edit just then that caused it. Night, Revy. Have a good one. Curious. Okay. So it wasn't what I touched there. Okay, let's revert all my changes back to like the QRF timer even. What changed? Okay. Morning, Winra. Just a weird error, unfortunately. That's all normal. Why has that suddenly stopped? Hmm. So that all works. That's fine. That's working even. So what did I change that fucking broke this? System chatter's fine. I think it maybe has to be like the triggers, right? The triggers and the alarms? So if I touch nothing else but the triggers and the alarms, does it break? Well, this is the least fun part of coding, where you have to go bit by bit and you have to boot up 10 different times to see, does this cause the error? No. Add this. Does this cause the error? No. Add this. Does this cause the error? No. Until you eventually figure out what the fuck is causing the error. Alright. I don't leave bullet holes. Why is that? Wait a second. That's interesting. I think I fire so quickly that I don't leave bullet holes when I speed up time. If I like... But then if I speed up... Oh, I do. It's just hard to notice them because they disappear so quickly. Alright. So see, no, it wasn't even the alarms. Those worked. Okay, what else have I touched? 1200? I mean, it had to be at this point. The resource producer module is the thing that I need to adjust. So, fuck it. Let's go to the start of me adjusting this. Save. Another test. Gun me. Take me on. Come on. Okay. Okay, that works. Okay. Well, we know that's functional at least. Let's... Okay, so that's the points right there. Let's grab this. Like so. Grab all of this, and we're going to move it up to here, where we are going to replace this one with this instead. Okay. So module is string module, that's fine. Resource producers, objective side, yep. Module trigger 2. Which is the only one we have to really worry about, I think. Just to pay my worries away. Sure, let's get rid of all of this. I don't think we're going to need any of it. Alright, rid of all of that. So, if simulation enabled disabled, close that out. True. Oh. False. Now, for vehicles, if the second trigger isn't activated, which means they should be invisible, then it will hide them as well. Okay. Hmm. So enable simulation. Yep. Alright. Give me some of that fucking song. What are we looking for? Give me some of that. There we go. Okay. Second part should be fine. First part should be fine. Let's do a quick save and see if this is still an issue. I mean, this shouldn't be made until at least after reinforcements are a thing, right? Wait, maybe not. Maybe that's why. Yeah, resource producers are down here. Hmm. Too much. Lift your lips on mine and shut me up. I think the problem is that they're going to be getting called before the triggers, at least, will get called before the actual deployment happens. Let's see what sleeps we can get rid of here. Yeah, I think it will. That's going to be a secret problem that I hadn't really predicted. How do I deal with that? Because the problem is they need the triggers. Hmm. What's the cooldown on activating this, maybe? Oh, too much. Hmm. Yeah, problem is the trigger checks the third trigger, but it's going to get activated before it can even do that. Which is why it wasn't a problem until now. Hmm. I think maybe we just make a second type of maybe if I delay the trigger detection and activation and I put in a check for if they're enabled, if so ignore. Oh, that's going to run that anyway. Not right now, Tame Impala. I can't figure out how the fuck to do this. Because the problem is they need to check the other trigger as well, and I mean they need to know what they're actually spawning back in. So shit. It's no use putting the reveal earlier because trigger 2 is a later build anyway. How can I... Maybe I delay the triggers for like 20 seconds. which would make the other fucking thing irrelevant. Ugh. How the fuck am I gonna do this? I don't know, I'm genuinely fucking stumped. This is annoying. Real cart before the horse situation, but I cannot fucking avoid putting the cart before the horse. No, that's a shit solution. Well, no, because even checking trigger 2 might work, actually. As long as... Hold on. Does trigger activated throw an error? Let's see. Doesn't say. Damn. Okay. All right. I think... You know what maybe I have to do? This is a really shitty solution. Hold on. Let's see if this works. All right. I'm going to fucking Gigabrain mode. Let's watch this. Okay. Can I put variables on triggers? Get variable RCO var yay. My name. The memory gone. Are you feeling numb? All right. RCO underscore var underscore yay. Set to 3. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We take the trigger. We go trigger, set variable. RCO. Now, hold on. I want to know what my other variables are called. Not like those. Oh, I have started. I need to go through and do a variable renaming. I'll do one of those later. I need to rename everything to RAM anyway, because I need to change it all from being RCO. Goes, it's a one-way flow, no fault, no blame. We gonna, you feeling numb? Is there any vars that I'm borrowing anyway? Yeah, RCO objective resource producer, like that. All right, stick one of these on. So we're going to go RAM var trigger delay. All right. So what we do now is we take this trigger. No one hears a word they say. We go trigger get variable. Actually, I'm going to set true. True. Backing down. Ignore all of this. Hesitation. Close that as well. Okay. All right. So what we do now is we select all of this. Like so. Okay, so the trigger is going to check if the trigger's delay has passed or not. If it has, then it will run the module. as standard, which is fine. Otherwise, here we go. Actually, we can probably go... Actually, is this going to be a problem here as well? Kind of, maybe? Let's, Ah! Another problem we're going to have. Hold on. To change my line. Alright. We can't call it trigger 1. We're going to have to go... String... Trigger 1, maybe? Someday, love will find you. Break those chains that bind you. Think that'll work. Might not, though. You know what? Hang on. There's got to be a way within trigger statements to reference the trigger. Hold on. No. Ah, there is literally a thing called this trigger. Excellent. Hold on. Okay, so we want to go this trigger. Let's go. I wish you'd have. That is also not how you spell variable. Thank God. There we go. So let's go put this on number 2 as well. Love will find you. Break those chains that bind you. Select this down to here. Tab. Jump, jump. Hurt you. True love won't desert you. Alright. This trigger, get variable RAM delay. Okay. So that all works. Actually, I don't even think the other one needs the variable for the delay, does it? Because it doesn't reference... Oh, it does reference that stuff. So... Yeah, we'll leave that be. Alright. So... Take the both of these, get down to here. When you go... Trigger 1, set variable. Trigger 2, set variable. Alright. Now that... Actually needs to be on false to begin with. So we need one of these as well for here. Someday love will find you. Break those chains that bind you. Alright, let's see if this works. Please. Oh no! What is happening? Missing that. What? Oh, I forgot the fucking comma. Yeah. Get. There we go. Alright. Here we go. Yeah, I forgot a comma on both of them accidentally. Whoops. Oh, that's a full stop, not a comma. Okay. Please work. Ugh. Okay. So far, so good. So far, not so good. Wait a second longer. No. Oh no. Hold on. No, actually, no, it is working. Okay. So that is working. Let me try get variable RAM var trigger delay. Good. Okay, so that should mean ancient remedies. All right, here we go. Explode these, explode these, explode these. Where am I? That's not good. Hold on. That's weird. Oh, you know what? I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. Got rid of that sleep. Oh no. Come on. Please be the one that works. This is the problem with coding. You can code like fucking 5 scripts in a row, flying through them, it's so easy, and then you get one bug that you have to fix, and it takes 6 hours to debug. It's the worst part of coding. Alright. What could ever do? And bless the rains down in Africa. Okay. That's not normal. Okay, good. That looks good. All right, everyone's maneuvering still. Okay, good. Let's blow everyone up. That should summon. Good. The reinforcements. Here's the reinforcements. I'm gonna give this guy a little bit of a speed boost today. Oh, hold on. You're coming with me, buddy. Let's have 100 men ArmA could ever do. Alright. Buddy's gotten his speed boost all the way up. Good shit. Okay, now, hold on. I actually need to get out of here. Hold on. No! I should move away. Hold on, I'm sorry. I need you to give me time. Okay, that'll do. Okay, teleport myself away. That should make everyone... Oh, wait, no, hold on. I didn't get rid of the enemies. Fuck. Kill the enemies. Okay, that should do. No! Don't get back in your fucking roller cat right now. Hold on. Get back in this thing. Full repair. Go. Alright. No, fuck me. There's still more shit. Okay, everyone's disappeared at this point. This should work now. Oh. No. Let's see. Can you stop blowing your tires off when I move? God damn it. Hold on. Guys? Where the fuck are you just here? Alright. This is, I think we can call this a failed test. But I didn't get the fucking environment I wanted. It is working. Why are you guys not disappearing now? Is it because I got rid of the code that disappears you? How are your crewmen doing? They're fine. Alright, let's reload. But first, let's check. Ah! I am stupid. Why did it work then? Alright, well. Let's change these back to true, anyway. Let's see. True. Then we go down to here. Change those to false. Wait, why were they listed as false when I checked? Or... No. No, wait, never mind. I was correct on that. Why were they... Hold on. No, I think... Never mind. I think everything I did was wrong. Hold on, let me change it all back. Hold on. So this is checking... That's fine. There's some sort of difference in the... Wait. Did I change? Oh, yeah. The fucking thing at the end is... Okay, that's why it's not working. There we go. Alright. Try that now. Okay. Please, this is gonna be it. Come on. Good. Alright. Come on. I believe we will have functional vehicles for today. Speed up time. Metal objects. Okay. Code is functional. Let's try this. Every cop is a criminal, and all the sinners saints. Just call me Lucifer, because I'm in need of some restraint. How we doing? You're working? Alright. So the enemies are all dead. These guys exist right now. I'm now going to move myself away. These guys disappear. Up come our reinforcements. Let's position myself so that I can actually, like, drag him over. There we go. Here come our reinforcements. And... That's not meant to happen. And everything else is normal. Why is that not working? Let's see. Oh! I know why it's... I genuinely forgot I put that 2-minute delay in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It'll be quicker than this because it's times 4 anyway. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. I'm starting to get suspicious because I've already hit what would be less than 4 times, but yet to disappear. So there's a 120-second wait. Let's see. Change this to 120. Change this sleep to 120. I'm afraid I can't teach them to love Hero. They don't have a heart. Oh, there we go! Okay. It does work. It does actually. Okay, so never mind. That's functional. It actually worked. It just took its sweet time. I just genuinely forgot to put a timer on it. So if I now teleport back in. There we go. Cat reappears. Men reappear. Reappears and starts working. Reappears and starts working. And if I teleport myself away again. Over to there. Zoop, zoop, zoop. Am I cooking, Cankry? It just worked. Reference the whiteboard, Cankry. Am I cooking? Am I cooking? RAM is working. It's functional. Good. All right. I'm cooking up a fucking meal right now. All right. That's beautiful. This means that we can now have a bunch of locations full of enemies, or full of units rather. Doesn't have to be enemies necessarily. With QRF that won't take any FPS while I'm actually there. Well, I'm actually not there, rather. Let's see if we go. Count all units. My liege, your Dow is cooking a full course meal. You always want me to cook for you. Get over here. You hungry? What are you someone hasn't eaten brekkie? Alright. Will it work with headless clients? It should. Honestly, unsure. I could probably just transfer this head client. The only difference is that... Well, I mean, no, I'm using enable and disable simulation and model globally, so... Should be fine. Now I was gonna say... Count, no, we want count if, condition count array. Okay, gotcha. So, enabled simulation. Is that what it is? Happens when it happens. Count. Is it enabled simulation? No. All this running around. Let's see. It's simulation enabled, not enabled simulation. There we go. Okay. So right now, the game has 348 units, but only 293 of them are actually being simulated. Well, I have further things I want to test out. But I mean, we can mark down... Hold on. Did I close my fucking notepad? Let me pull that back on. There we go. I have further things that I want to develop. But with the testing all done, I kind of want to do a stress test and see how good my frames are going to be if I have like 100 of these. So, men over to here. Good. Let's take these guys. Cool. Let's just start slamming them down. Alright. Let's see what that runs me like. What do I want to build next? Probably the mission cancelling? No, missions... I want to wait for the insurgents to do that. I'd probably build the insurgent camps next. Is what I would focus on. Although they're not even that... Maybe I build resource convoys first. Because that means I can tie them into the insurgents. Alright. Look at this. Look at my frames as I load in. But it should improve, because right now there's 1,200 units being simulated. Let me just make sure. Yep, 1,047. Real bad frames. Everyone's being simulated, but let's see. As soon as I want to see if it like... Oh, look at that. My frames are back. My frames are back because there is now only 388 units being simulated. There we go. Get rid of that. There we go. If I look across the map, oh, it is still laggy in Zeus because I have to see all these things, but that works pretty fucking good. Look at all this, all these invisible armies over here. So what this would be used for is, let's say you're running an operation and you have, for example, this is actually a really bad example because this map sucks for it, but fuck it, something over here, okay? So you could have a pocket of enemies, let's say, here, and a pocket of enemies here, and a pocket of enemies here. God, it is bad in Zeus, actually, I will say. I think Zeus needs to, actually, you know what I can do to probably improve my frames? I can remove these guys in a radius of 3,000, and my frames are improved. Yep, there we go. So all the Zeus has to do is just remove them from his view. They're still there, just as long as the Zeus doesn't see them, it doesn't affect the Zeus either. But there we go. But the whole idea is that this is used for having a bunch of... Oh, wait, no, did that actually... Wait. Surely, that didn't remove them entirely from the game, did it? Is that how that works? That doesn't. No, they're still there. Hold on. Can I just not add them? Oh, wait, no, I've still got remove selected. I'm stupid. Is this better? I was just being stupid. Okay. So the whole idea is you'll be able to have, let's say, like a guard post at a base. Players roll up. Guard post. Wait for it. There's a like time delay and everything, so people don't just like drive past and trigger it. Usually meant to have about a kilometer's lead and everything. Oh. Are we working? Why are you not working? Uh-oh. Why are you not reappearing? Is it because... Oh, wait. Is it because I'm in Zeus mode? Hold on. If I pop out. Is that going to work now? That's concerning. Why are they not popping out of stealth mode? Well, not stealth, of invisi mode. Is this hold on, give me the trigger debug. My fucking eyes. Nah, that shouldn't affect it, hero. Give me... God, it is impossible to read. Alright, here we go. Give me the info on this trigger. It is activated right now. I know what it is. Never mind. I just remember what it was. I know what it is. Don't worry. It is not a bug. It's actually an intentional thing in my mod. I know exactly what it is. Come on. Okay. The problem was every single module has a name, and that's actually a requirement. Every module has a unique objective name, and that is required, otherwise the system doesn't work. So the problem is they all share the same unique module name, so they're all sharing a system right now, which is not how that should be working. But if I went through and changed the module name on every single one of them, yes, that would work. So the whole goal is that I'll be able to, in a mission, let's say, like over here, basically copy-paste bad in a sense. Not the units, but the module was the copy-paste. So like this. So I go like, okay, 2, right? And then like guys over here. So this way, every town the players drive into will have something in the actual town, actually like, you know, some sort of threat, but it won't be causing any frame cost until the players actually get up to the area and start engaging with them. And the best part is, it works with lambs and everything. So you can build a town set up with lambs and static defenses and turrets and shit and whatever. And you don't even have to use a QRF. The QRF, you can completely forget about that. You can turn off QRF. And then this is just a town that has a full garrison, but only when the players approach it. So you could very carefully build shit like, all right, I'm going to place my machine gun like this and everything, you know. You could very carefully build your... Maybe you should go over here, buddy. So you could build your defenses, have them all invisible, and then when players rock up, then it will start running frames and actually using them. So, honestly, it's already at the point... Let me man this real quick. It's already at the point where I might push a Mission Maker version to the Cadian. Just as a like invisible kind of locations thing. Uninvite alarm. I see through your words and I am not disarmed. We had learned from him to hold the truth with every breath. I might just make a generic mission module, and then I'll put out this version as like a dev in dev version. I'll call it in dev stable because I won't update it often. And then I'll make my proper dev version. Oh, look at this, the frames, everything loads in. Frame that was left behind. Alright, there we go. Good. I love these things. Nothing quite as fun as using one of these in ArmA. It's such bullshit against the AI. You never know what to do. But even against players, it's ludicrously powerful. At last, Fulgrim, you have come to me, abomination. Alright. But as you'll notice, what's my name? My name is Mustafa Mohammadi. Amazing. These guys are all here, and if I teleport away... Lag, there we go. There we go, everyone disappears. I'm also only lagging because I have all of these guys selected in Zeus right now. If I unselected them, I would recover. Hold on. There we go. Shit like that. Ugh. Improved. Alright. Lash out in wrath. His blows deflected away from his path. Like the years he has endured, it's clear that he will live and he will die by the sword. Come on, we are working? Where are you guys? Oh, I know it's not. It's because the other copy paste. That's why it's not working here. Okay. Before we wrap up for the day, let's make a generic module. Generic hidden module. So, a generic module... My armor's actually about to crash. There we go. Good. Alright. Let me just start deleting all of this shit. Start improving the frames a little. I'll not be deterred from my vengeance. I remember the lessons passed on to the sons. I am Rylannor and I am the Ancient of Rights. Alright. So, let's see, what is generic module gonna have in it? So, we don't need objective active. We don't need objective side. Oh, we might actually, because that means that the enemies can reveal it. Yeah, that works. Okay, so objective side is relevant. Don't need objective active. If I can get away with that objective name, that would be preferable as well. No alarm, no resources, no targeting, no capture, no QRF. I need simulation range, visual range, no alarm range, no QRF checker, and no arrays. Okay. So the whole idea of this thing is this is just a module for mission makers to place down for like, okay, I just want some guys who are invisible. They don't need any other special qualities at all. Oh, good song. All right. I'm coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. All right. Let's start. We'll take it like this. Nope. I'm just renaming the files right now to make them. And her stomach is sick, and it's all in my head, but she's touching his legs now. All right, generic, I'll say generic cache module? I don't know, generic cache location is probably a better choice. Control. Jealousy, turning saints into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies. Alright, let's get our code back up on screen. Price I pay, destiny is calling me. Alright, so we're gonna go resource producer, change that shit to generic cache location. Generic cache location. Same. Actually, I can just copy paste this, can't I? Just fine. All right. Sweet. Generic cache location. Okay. Objective name. Now, I'm gonna have to check out, but we want to remove objective name if we can. Objective side, we're gonna have to leave. Objective active, we can get rid of. Alarm, we get rid of. Resource convoy, attack, recapture, QRF, dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Get rid of alarm range. Get rid of check timer. Get rid of the arrays. All right. Much simpler. There we go. Let's check out the generic cache. So, no alarm, no QRF, no reinforce request limit. No... Wait, what does it even come from? Jealousy. Reinforce request limit? Where's that even from? Why is it called limit? Am I stupid? I love how you can tell... This is how you tell, like, when you've, like, changed your plans halfway through coding. This is called limit for some reason, but it's not at all a limit variable. So, I'm going to change that name anyway. Whoops. Reinforce array. Never. I never. Oh, it's good. It never gets referenced, so it doesn't fucking matter. I could just get rid of it, actually. I don't even need it, do I? No. Okay, just get rid of it. It's not needed. Is this one ever used as well? Yep, no, it isn't used either. Okay, get rid of that too. Okay. Well, now that we've gotten back to the point that I didn't even need the thing I was wanting. Ah, actually, hold on. Does it... Okay, we're good on that front as well. Wait, hold on. No, I'm getting suspicious. I've definitely fucked something up here. Reinforcement array. Where does that come from? Oh, no, that comes from down here. Okay, right. Yeah, okay, I was just being stupid. Alright. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Alright, so that's done then. Let's go... Probably get rid of this too. I mean, actually, I need to get rid of everything anyway. Yeah, because this is... I'm going to rework the whole security location thing anyway to be more like the resource producers. All right. So QRF allowed, get rid of that. Recapture allowed, attack allowed, resource convoy allowed. Let's see. Alarm active isn't relevant either. Okay, so these are the only relevant ones. We've got 4, right? Okay, 4 variables. The shadows. I mean, position doesn't even matter, does it? The only thing that does matter is object, vehicle, and infantry list. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Pos might matter just so I can spawn the triggers. Now. Damn, I think I will still need an objective name, actually, which is a shame. But. Can I get rid of all this? Yep, this is all the QRF stuff. We can get rid of that. QRF timer, don't need any of that. Don't need that either. Trigger delay. Summer born to sing the blues. Trigger delay is fine. Let's go. Do I even need to mark the locations? I don't think I do. I don't know. The only possible reason I need to mark the locations is the thing. Okay, I can change some code here to make this more efficient. So, objective side. Alarm setting isn't a thing, so let's get rid of that. We don't need to count the vehicles or objects. Get rid of those. We will need the sides, so we'll keep those. Believe it. Okay, synchronized objects. So, if side equals civilian and they're a static weapon, push it back to the vehicle list, otherwise push back to the object list, yep. Scan all the vehicles and the units, that's fine. Okay, combined list as well. Sleep 5 seconds. Get rid of all of these arrays because I don't need them. Get rid of those as well. So the triggers are the only relevant thing. Street lights, people. Alright, I think the triggers are all normal. I unfortunately think I am going to have to keep a module name, and I remember why I needed them. It's because when I'm referencing string module here, if I don't give the module a direct name, I can't reference the module like that. So I'm going to have to leave that be. I think. Or am I? Tuning in on you. No. I can do better. I can rewrite this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to attach the knowledge of the group to the triggers. So the triggers just have to reference themselves. I'm a fucking genius. What did you tell them? Okay. So what I need is I need object, vehicle, infantry. I don't need a combined list. Is that used anywhere? Okay, keep the combined list. The jingles used to go. Oh, oh. So trigger 1, set variable. Ram var generic cache infantry. Good. Good. Okay. So it's going to put down 3 caches, infantry, vehicle, object. Good stuff. I go over to here for trigger 2. I do the same. All right, so then when it comes to actually engaging the thing, board's gotten very conspiracy looking so far. I love my board. So enemy sides will set them off, which makes sense. Players will set them off, which makes sense. Air won't set them off, except for the other ones. That's fine. That's another part of this module I didn't mention at all. If a helicopter flies over, it will only make the vehicles appear. It won't make infantry spawn in. Rather, when infantry are nearby, then it will make infantry spawn in, or ground vehicles, yada, yada, yada. It means that helicopters can fly over a place, see vehicles, but they won't be able to fly over a place and, like, spawn 1,000 AI as they fly over it. It's efficiency, a thing. Also means that if you want to have a situation where you want to have, like, you know, ground attack or whatever, you just put a forward observer down. Right. It also allows for some limited aerial recon because you can see objects too. So you'll be able to see sandbags. All right. So for this, what we're going to do is go... You know what? That actually might work. Hold on. I need to go into trigger 2, and I need to go trigger 1, set variable, trigger 2 storage, set variable as trigger 2. There we go. So I think with this, if I check everywhere else a module appears, I think once I solve this problem, we shouldn't need the named modules anymore. I don't think so. God, that ending is fucking funny. All right. So get variable, object null. So private trigger 2 equals this. Although I wasn't there, said I was his friend. Okay, so trigger 2 is there. Then we go private underscore infantry list. Excellent. I should probably get out of the habit of doing that. I don't need to. Okay, generic cache infantry, good. Okay, next we do private NOS control. Vehicle list. No, I don't need other list. I need object list. Okay. So the vehicle list, infantry list, object list. Let's see. Shigatsu, then gifting subs to Zalafield, Terra Bully, The Darwins, It's Moonheart, and Roadhouse CS. Thank you, Shigatsu. Did I miss anyone, by the way? No, I think I got an Ace Quake, Kazagami. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I did get Tuzra as well, didn't I? Did I fucking thank Tuzra? I'm looking back at over there and I don't know if I did. I'm gonna feel so fucking bad if I didn't. I really hope I did. Tuzra, you around right now? You're here, buddy. If I didn't thank you for those gifted subs earlier, I looked back and I just don't remember doing it. Normally when I look at something, I go, I remember thanking that person for that. I look back and I don't. I'm so sorry. If I did fuck up, then thank you for gifting 5 subs to Captain Stump, Wembley TV, Wolfie Holzer, Stalwart Aegis, and Major Stuffins. Right. And I guess this strange itch to make a military nation state in a floating base in the Atlantic. God, if only. I love that part from Project Wingman where the mercenaries try to take over Australia. It's so good. All right. So infantry list makes them appear. That's fine. We can scrap that. Scrap infantry list. Now trigger 2. That's fine as well. Scrap that. Scrap module ID as well. Scratch resource producers. Scratch that. Okay. So. Like that. Okay, so if trigger activated. As in if trigger 2 is on. Then it won't get hidden. But if it is, it'll get hidden. Okay. Okay. I mean, so far this should all work. And so what we want to do as well is take all of this. Okay. Stick that right there. That is, yep, okay, that's perfect. Stick that right there, and use this one to make them disappear. So, false. Actually, hold on, that's a good point. Do they still get hidden in the old one? Right, I see. So. Wait, no, maybe I don't even need that first part then. Hold on. I actually may have fucked up in my thing over here. Yeah, no. I think I have fucked up. Why would I... Not uploaded. I hate when I see something that makes me doubt my previous code, especially because I haven't noticed the code having issues until now. But I think this is straight up a problem. This isn't meant to be here. Yeah. Because you're there. Is object hidden? Continue. If not, hide object. False. I think let's go for this one. Yeah, it's not going to hide it. So if it's not doing that, okay, yeah, so this is fine. This one, on the other hand, needs to just be revealed. I think. I think I've done that correctly now. So, same here. But then it's this one that can use the trigger. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that'll works. And then trigger 2. Okay, let's see. So that's all written out. That's fine. Trigger 2. If trigger 1 isn't activated, enable simulation false, hide thing. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Trigger setup. Let's see. That's all good. We don't need... Actually, no, that's fine because it is for that first one. So now we basically just take the reverse of this. There we go. Because I think everything here... Oh, no, because trigger 2 is actually going to be different, isn't it? Ah, shit. Yeah, trigger 2 just needs the vehicles. So actually, we can get rid of the infantry. Really ring. So go like this. Include the trigger delay, actually. Okay. So with the trigger delay included, We don't have an infantry list. That's fine. We don't care about trigger 2. We just care about vehicle and object list. And in this case, we are trying to reveal the objects. So hide object false. Go back and check the other one real quick. If it's hidden and continue, let's grab that. Sweet. Is there anything else to touch on here? No, that really is simple. Okay. So reveal the objects, reveal the vehicles. Then do the same thing. I'm going to remove the trigger check though. No need for that. Move this into here. Like that. Okay. So that's to hide them. Good. Let's see, do we need to go... If object is unhidden, okay. There we go. Can't understand a thing because I studied mechanical smart computer science and engineering. Too bad. I studied the magical code. Thank you, Shigatsu. Alright. I think... I mean, let's not say anything. Let's just... Oh, wait, hold on. That's... I do actually have to recompile, don't I? I'll compile this and test it. Oh, we can get rid of the alarm as well. Good. And we can also get rid of this ending bit with the resource production stuff. Yep. Wait, hold on. There's one more thing I can check then. That means... Yes! Okay, I can get rid of the objective names as well. Subjective names. Get rid of all of that. Try and skip this as quick as I can. Objective side is still relevant, but objective name we can forget about, which is good. Makes it easy to copy and paste. Do I use pause anywhere? I do. Okay, gotta use pause. Okay. All right, I think we're good. Let's recompile, and then we'll run a quick test, and we'll see how many errors I get. But ideally, this should work as an even lighter way to just have a generic invisible location until it gets close enough that it becomes relevant. So let's compile. Honestly, it blows my mind how I made that in like 20 minutes compared to the like fucking 4 hours I spent debugging a dismount problem. I love coding so much. Ugh. There is no better feeling than code running the first time and having it actually work, except for the fact that if it runs the first time, it's probably wrong. Probably doesn't work. If it runs the first time, you probably did something wrong. Because it shouldn't be running the first time. Nothing ever does. This is actually why I'm holding these, just to sniff them. Why do I have a black screen? Oh, that's why. Come on, ArmA. Reboot. God, booting ArmA without mods reminds you what it's like to have a game that actually loads in more than 5 seconds. In less than 5 seconds, rather. Come on. About what's will make you out and out. I know why I compiled. I did something wrong. I literally we gotta run that shit back. I'm so annoyed. I forgot to put him in the mission module. Now we're done. And they stand there. There you go, that'll fix it. Stupid hobbit says. And there we go. All right. All right, reboot the add-on tools. Add-on builder again. Build a new add-on. There we go. Reboot ArmA. All right, back to the start, guys. God, the compiling shaders was bad, but I'm just glad I'm done with that now. It's crazy. Going back and playing, we're actually doing more Stalker Call of Pripyat soon. Assuming the multiplayer mod works again. But going back and playing Call of Pripyat, it is night and day from Stalker 2 in so many ways. Like, the feel of Stalker is definitely there, but the things that I enjoyed from Stalker's originals, just not present in Stalker 2. Running into bandits, fighting flashes, fighting loners or whatever. You know. The anomaly fucking, what do you call it? Anomaly hunting actually being, like, relevant and worthwhile. I mean, to be fair, they did make it a bit better. They buffed the cost of anomalies in 2. But, just wasn't that good. Even repairing wasn't as obnoxious in the old games as it was in 2. The zone itself, just getting around it, everything is so much nicer. It's so easy when I can sprint from Skadovsk to, like, wherever I need to go, and I'll get there in, at most, 2 minutes. Like, that's all it will take to cross the map. I don't think that making the map 10... I mean, 10's honestly a low ball. Like, I would say Stalker 2 map feels like 100 times bigger than the maps of the other games. But making the maps that much bigger added absolutely nothing to the gameplay, unfortunately. Because they got rid of everything that would be relevant for the gameplay. All right, come on, ArmA, catch up. I'm in ArmA now, it's just not showing you the game. There we go. All right. My eyes, my eyes, my eyes. My eye, my eye, my eye. Okay. Let's go over here. So, actually, I'm going to switch over to this. We do the new test. We check RCO objective modules. There's our generic cache location. Here we are. So, blue 4, simulation range. I'm going to put that to 500. Visual range. I'm going to put that shit to 1,000. Actually, I'm going to put it to like 800. Okay. I'm actually going to bring it even lower. Let's go, say, visual range 400, simulation range 200. And then I'll place some markers at those distances. 120. Okay, I need 80 past this. Oh, fuck. Oh, I hate that. Hold on, my measuring tool's bugged out. Oh, that was a damn near perfect 100. I love that. Okay, select second point. Okay, 174. All right. Let's just get like a structure. Fuck it. Does that work? Oh, that's cool as shit. Oh, fuck yeah. I didn't realize RHS had this. What's your opinion on Reforger? It's a PvP game, which I don't really play. I don't know. Was it a good move for them to release it as a testbed for an engine, or should they wait and go full power for ArmA 4? Hey, you wanna get lit on a secret? It's not a testbed, buddy. It's called they didn't have any money. I'm being 100% serious on that. They couldn't fund ArmA 4. Like, That's why Reforger was made. Reforger was made as a testbed, but really, it's made to make money. Like, the reason it got released in the state it was, and, you know, the ending result of what Reforger is to try and fund ArmA 4. Like, if they went full speed for ArmA 4, I don't think there would be one. As it is, I think Reforger's success is the only reason there will be an ArmA 4. I think Reforger is a kind of fucking mess, but it has the massive advantage of it's on consoles, so console players are gonna play it because they don't have any other choice when it comes to an ArmA-like video game. So I think in that regard, from a marketing and profit perspective, it was a clever idea to do. It certainly gives them enough money to build onwards from. And the CDLCs, I imagine, are doing a decent one as well. I know that the Bohemia takes a decent cut of the CDLCs. I know because I've talked to people who work on them. Good mates of the few. But I'm guessing that they were running out of dosh, especially after DayZ and the development of Infusion. Right. 200 meters. Let's just add another 200 meters onto that. God, I'm fucking perfect. Amazing. All right, so these two logos will mark simulation and visual range. Let's stick down some enemies. Well, some enemies, some guys. Just some rando Cherno Russians with a vehicle. Nice, Cherno Russians. All right. Sync these guys to here. Let's see. Well, yeah, it was very funny to see the AI in Forger exit vehicle, go open gate, and go back to vehicle. I didn't realize they could do that. That's funny. Neat that they can do that, though. I'm sure that won't cause a million fucking bugs. ArmA's AI also has, like, a few, like, neat things that they can do. And all they end up doing is causing massive headaches. But, yeah. Alright. So there are those guys over there. Let's see if this all works. Okay. Great start. Reinforcement Array 1. Don't even know where that is. I know where it is. Hold on, never mind. Hold on. It'll be down here. Yeah, in the generic arrays. Yeah, reinforcement array 1. Yep, get rid of those. That's interesting. It's all been replaced. I know why it's all been replaced. It's because I fucking erased the name. That's why. Okay. All right. Cool. That's all fixed though. All right. Didn't even have to change code on that one, honestly. All right. Take 2. So, ideally what's going to happen here is those guys will vanish. Then we can walk forwards. Their vehicle will reappear. We can work forwards even further. And then they should reappear. And if that all works, the generic location functioning. However, this is code. It will not work. All right. How you doing, buddies? Vanished. Okay, good start. Good start. Run forwards. Okay, not anything yet. There is a timeout on this, which is... Aha! Here we go. Right. Already made an error. My bad. Already know exactly what I did. I know what I did. I know what I did. Hold on. Yeah, for some fucking reason I left this in here. Am I stupid? What's wrong with me? This should be saying this trigger. It shouldn't be saying trigger 1. Okay. Fall back in. Alright, see? I told you, it never works the first time. Alright. Distance cooling? Kind of. So, the way I'm doing it is at a distance, I will reveal the object of a vehicle, but I won't enable its simulation. Now, one of the biggest effects in ArmA on your CPU, your FPS, everything, is vehicle physics. You can spawn loads more AI than you can spawn, like, cars. So if I start spamming out these guys, every single vehicle, no matter what it's doing, is being physics simulated at all times. So this is a huge investment of CPU frames. Because what it needs to check is in case you do this. It needs to know what to do if you do that. So, what I'm doing is I am making use of the two types, so there's one land over there, of enabling. So here is simulation and model. Simulation and model are gone. Cool. Now it's just the model. Now the model is there. Now, I will actually have to say, I probably have to lock these. That's a note to myself, actually, yeah. Hold on. Although it never really was relevant, because I'll hide the model as well. Lock cars when hidden? Question mark. You don't want to get in one of these because it will break your game, because right now it's disabled simulation. I wanted to make sure real quick that I can't get in one while it's invisible. No, okay, we're safe. So we should be fine. That shouldn't even be an issue. But it is visible, but it is not actually being, like, physics simulated right now. Damage will be simulated, but physics is not being simulated on this vehicle. Which means I can do this. And this takes fuck all. This is basically nothing. Compared to if I was to enable simulation, now there's a lot of frames being used. So the goal is, at this marker, the vehicles become visible so the players can be like, look, a tank. You know? So like this. Jog up. Fuck. Why? I know why. Never mind. It's alright. I can fix it in a second. Hold on. It's because it's a spawn. So all I need to do is this trigger, and I change that to underscore this, select 0. Sorry, this will take me like 5 seconds to fix. Trigger, 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 trigger. Okay, done. Okay. Restart. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. It is going to be that vehicle. It'll be exactly where it is. It'll work just fine. But until they get close, it's not going to engage them. It's not going to be doing any sort of pathfinding. It's not going to be doing any physics calculations. It is going to be really nice. Was this not something that base ArmA did already? Kind of. Not really. And I hate the way ArmA does it in base. I mean, put it this way. There wouldn't be caching mods if ArmA did a good job of this in base. So, let's see if this works. Is it there? That's weird. Definitely shouldn't be any this triggers left. Hold on. Oh, whoops, sorry, it was in the other. Whoops. I changed one thing, but I did not change the other. More than a feeling. Hold on. Underscore this, select 0. Good. Alright. Okay, I think that's all done now. Cool, reload that. Okay. So the stuff that ArmA already has is called dynamic simulation. And look, I'm sure that's probably okay these days, maybe. But one, in the past, dynamic simulation used to break operations, so we never used to use it at all. That was like a big reason. But assuming it's been fixed and that the bugs that were causing like operation breakage have been repaired, the other problems with dynamic simulation is that it doesn't really offer you a lot of control over the AI itself. So, hold on, if I go like this, let me just trigger this now. Come on. Good. Excellent. Let me just go check that out, actually. Meow. Good shit. All right, looks good. Zoom on up. I'll show you the dynamic sim and stuff in a second. Work on sleep. The champagne leave the party. Play the game till everybody's won. All right, now we're in range. They are the satellite. There we go. And you'll notice the vehicle's crew appeared as well. Perfect. Now, all I need to do is test the exact opposite. Here we go. Come on. We're gonna work. Come on. I know it's a bit of a delay when it leaves, but... we good? Or are you not? I might debug the trigger real quick. Curious. Why are they not... is it maybe... oh. My bad. Why are these guys not disappearing? Oh, time on your side. Into the future. The water is fine. We're going places. Oh, okay. Super simple bug. Genuinely just had the numbers reversed. I had a true where a false should have been. I had a false where a true should have been. My bad. History made. Oh, we're going places. In it together. Okay, that's fine now. Sweet. Okay, that should all work. Okay, let me briefly step out and I'll show you some of the problems with dynamic simulation. Want answers. Like. Is it mission events? No. Ticket to ride. Reckless abandon. Time on your side. Into the future. Here we go. So, you can basically only control these by a few settings. If you make something dynamically simulated, you have to make them all the same distance if they're a character, all the same distance if they're a vehicle, all the same distance if they're a prop, all the same distance if they're a vehicle, right? An empty vehicle, rather. The only modifier is if they're moving, you can increase the distance. Now, that's alright, but that misses out on a few problems. First of all, as far as I'm aware, dynamic simulation, I think, only works with the players. Let me just make sure on that. Which basically means there's never a situation where AI meets AI and they can unsimulate, or they can simulate each other to have a fight. Let me see. No line of sight, that's fine, yeah. No support. Moving entities, yeah. I think it is only players, yeah. So yeah. Players are the main thing here. So, you know, already it's not really fitting my needs, but let's say, okay, I was going to make a mission with this. If I want the guys to move at all, if they stop simulating during their movement, they just halt. ZBE caching fixes this, and ArmA doesn't. ZBE caching, and in my own mod, we'll be doing a similar thing. Though I haven't done it yet, I might look into doing it for the QRFs, but, you know, I'll look into it. What ZBE caching did was it hid all of the units in the vehicle, but not the driver. So the driver was effectively driving these hidden units, which weren't costing any CPU, to the location. And then they all became simulated. Another thing as well, in my modding at least, enemy AI can start the simulation here. So let's say I have an enemy AI group moving here, like this. They're going to march down this road. Enemies won't be there until they come within range. The enemies will then spawn, and then they can have a fight together. The AI will be able to fight each other, which wouldn't happen with dynamic simulation in normal ArmA. That means that we can have these kind of simulated encounters between the AI that will take place without requiring players to be present. On top of that, I just needed a lot of other features that my modules are going to provide. But overall, the specific simulation range is a very important one for me. So, if you have a place that's in like a valley or whatever, or somewhere that just can't be seen from the outside, you really don't have to worry about the simulation range being any higher than, like, at most a kilometer. You know, if you can't be seen from further than a kilometer away, it doesn't matter. Whereas if it was a place like this, which is pretty fucking open, for example, that hill over there can see this position right here, and that's 1,000 meters, right? So you want this to be at about at least 1,000 meters for a combat scenario, but I could even pump up the visual range higher so that you can get spotted from a further distance, but then, you know, actually engage at 1,000 meters, example, you know, yada yada. But that is all per group, rather than, if you go for vanilla, it's per class, effectively. So is it a unit? Is it a vehicle or whatever? So you can get some more refined precision here. But yeah, in general, dynamic simulation does exist. I've just never been happy with it, and I don't like how it works. I would rather, if I was going to use just purely dynamic simulation, I would use ZBE caching, which is just dynamic simulation, but better. It's just true. I mean, it's true for there's a lot of things in ArmA. It's like, ArmA has a default version of this, but there is a better modded version, you know? Same with radios, same with medical. But yeah, that is my main goal, was making a very easy to use, mission maker friendly, easy customizable thing. And I mean, right now, if we test this out, I think I have succeeded. And my rest of my objectives are more mission-based stuff. So, Nomad, I don't know if you heard about this, but Deadman is working to add multi-threading into ArmA 3. There is a test branch of ArmA 3 you can play right now that has multi-threading, which is fucking astounding. I can't believe that's true. It is insane that that is gonna become a reality, that we will soon have multi-threaded ArmA servers and ArmA missions and shit. Like, just mwah. All right. I mean, hey, Dwarf Fortress eventually got multi-threading as well. All right, check this. Okay, vehicle appears, good. Check this. Is ArmA really 11 years old? It was 2013, so yes. Yep. Good, units have appeared. Move back to here. Now these guys should disappear. Yep, but the truck stays. Good. And then move on over. And the truck. Yeah, there we go. All right. Jean Muldard TV. Sorry for making French out of you. How you doing, buddy? What are you streaming? We have just wrapped up our modding for the day, I think. We've got that successfully working. We've got this successfully working. You know what? Since it's a wrap up, let's shoot some terrorists, shall we? Here we go. You are French. Knew it. What were you streaming, mate? There we go. These guys are all appearing in. Very nice. Let's just delete these dudes, because I don't need these. Space Marine 2. Oh, nice. God. I need to play some of the multiplayer of that. I played a very small amount of it, and some good fun with the multiplayer. All right. Here we go. Insurgents ahead! Tally-ho! God. Honestly, off-roads with M2s is some of the best fun you can have in ArmA. I love these so much. I hit a rock! Reverse! Okay. Reloading. Bad time for it. Hold on, hit a sick jump. So fucking cool. God, they're launching RPGs at me. Fuck you! Uh-oh, we're out of ammo. I'm just slaloming through them. How is my driver not dead? I got. Is my driver still alive? Bro's still awake. He's waiting for a mate. He's waiting for a mate. He's waiting for a mate. He's waiting. How has no one chosen to shoot this guy yet? I think this guy is trying. How is he? Oh, there, okay, he is being riddled with bullets now. Okay. Oh my god. Alright. There is some primal part of me that just loves operating machine guns. I shouted out, who killed the Kennedys? When after all, it was you and me. Oh, check, I love these houses as well. Check this cheeky peek out. This is a TVT peek if I've ever seen one. Look how disgusting this is. Do I even see a, getting shot at, I just don't see where from. Oh, there he is. Oh, I need to actually, come on. Bit more, lay back, oh, no, hold on. Bit to the left, lay back down, there we go. The most disgusting peak possible. Can I actually bipod out of this? I wonder. No, you have to lie down to do it. My favorite. Oh, come on. There we go. God, fucking awesome. All right. Hey, how you doing, buddy? There we go. Oh, bipod up. Look at that. Just a horde of targets. Oh, I'm having the AI bug right now where I'm, every time I click, I fire a full burst. Yeah. That's fine. Alright. Let's wrap this up the way we know we gotta.
Ready for orders.
Oh! Really fell out of the sky with that one. It's not lag, it's, so, there's a really weird thing with ArmA. The way the AI fire is a fire mode. So, think about how you've got, like, full auto, semi-auto, right? The AI have that, but for firing. Like, just their guns. That's how the AI know what to fire, what, like, a burst is. So, sometimes when you take control of AI, you get stuck in the AI firing mode. And, you'll start firing, like, bursts of machine gun fire. Hey, buddy. Can we put the Sharpie in the windshield? The Sharpie in the windshield is unironically one of the best aiming devices this game has to offer. I love it. There we go. Pick up the speed. God, I love flying in ArmA. Alright. There they are. See a nice... Oh, I don't want to overshoot. Here we go. Nice. Come on. Ah, I shot long. Damn it. I kept trying to roll over. It wasn't going to work. I was trying to hit these guys as well. People did that back in the day? Oh, people did. Yeah, no. It's based off reality. That Sharpie thing is based off a real image. Like, that's... if you want to look, fucking... Actually, better than that. One of these guys. Grab a US Army C model, Charlie model. Where are we?
Push!
There you go. Do Charlie models come with them? No, Charlie models don't. But they were on like the loaches and such, because the Charlie models have. Am I actually not able to put them down? Do I have to take manual fire to do it? Ah, must be because I'm not in the. Maybe I'm in the co-pilot seat. No? Why am I not able to drop the aiming reticle? Hold on. Let me see. I think is it. Let's see. No, for you.
Standing by.
We'll try this one, maybe. So there we go. This one's got the red dot. I love this one. Leave here. You leave me broken out of the night. I just a crosshair. Just a short pelican dive. This vehicle is my favorite. I use this as War's command center in Back Again, and I want to do it again. He sat in the back seat, and he was the forward air controller with the minigun, with the M60 rather. All right. Oh, there's a guy. Boom. Oh, these are flechettes. So those don't explode. That was a giant shotgun. What I just hit that guy with. Oh yeah, look at this. I love seeing this M60 work. God, that's so fucking cool. Alright. Before we wrap up, there is one more thing I want to show, which is something I was dicking around with as well. You might be interested in doing a quick read on the profiling branch with multi-threading. In fact, it does get better performance, depending on the CPU cores and settings from 20 to 40 FPS, whatever it was before. Yep. It's amazing. Yeah. I'm so keen, honestly, Nomad. So fucking keen for the release of multi-threading. Because obviously it's got work. It's got work to be done. But am I keen? Alright, check this out. So I set this up. This is a bunch of guys with M60s in the back of my in the back of an Alouette from the South African Defense Force. Check this. Let me put in a bit of invisible. Here we go. Watch how ridiculous the AI are when you put them in a crew, not a crew seat, a fire from vehicle seat. I've always loved how shockingly accurate they can be. But watch this. Alright. Here's my boys. This chopper's actually really fun to fly. I love its stupid little grill at the front as well. Alright. So insurgents are in these trees. Down there. Here we go. There they are, my boys. These guys are shot. Oh, 2 RPGs. That was fucking cool. That went across the front. They launched 4 RPGs at me. There we go. All right. My guys are starting to notice them and spot them. So now they know where they are. We can do a pass around. And these guys are going to start blazing away out of the side seats. So fucking cool. This is when I was doing my early testing of the QRF. God, that's so fucking cool. Yeah, no, it's insane that Invisible came out 2021. Whoa! They got me with an RPG! Holy shit! You don't see that often. That was fucking cool. We got clapped with an RPG there. God. The thing I love most about SOG Prairie Fire is that they made all the AI really willing to shoot at helicopters, which is actually something you can do in ArmA. It's a weight thing in the background. The way they do it is like, okay, you know, if your weapon is this value against this type of vehicle, use it, kind of thing. And so SOG Prairie Fire encourages machine guns, RPGs, and everything to shoot at choppers. They might miss. In fact, 99% of the time, they'll miss. But it is so much more fun to do a helicopter landing when you have AK rounds just whipping around and like impacting your fucking chopper. And RPGs shooting over the top and shit. So fucking good. SOG Prairie Fire is amazing, yeah. Get a shout out from you. I mean, hey, you got a shout out right now, Gene. There you go. I mean, I don't really do any other kind of shout outs, but I mean, hey man, thank you for the raid. And I mean, someone go check you out. I think playing what, Space Marine 2? I'm sure you'll find someone among my audience who likes that. I hear there's a few people who like 40k. A couple maybe? Anyway. Alright, I think I'm gonna wrap up here for now. Because I've got my modules now. I have all 3 modules functioning. The generic one working is the best part. But I think I can call it for now. And go hammer mission makers this little test. Ugh. Alright. Thank you all for watching, everyone. I don't think I'm going to raid into anyone. Is anyone even live? Is like Sam or something? Sam's live. We'll just raid into him. I'll raid into Sam. But other than that, I will see you guys another day. I will see you on, let's make sure. What are we doing? The Wolf. I'll see you tomorrow for Stalker Co-op, assuming it does not shit the bed and break again like it did last time, which sucked so bad. But tomorrow we'll Stalker Co-op. Sunday will be Dale and Dawson, or it's Saturday for Americans. All right, we're gonna go raid Sammy. Take it easy, lads. Have a lovely day. Goodbye, everybody. Do 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 do. I'm sending you off. Goodbye.